when we're knowing we're going to be broadcast out over the world, we watch what we say more than we do when we are not broadcast. I'd like to welcome Joe Opperman, who is our new member. And I'd ask him if he wanted to swap chairs with me today, since he's done this for many, many years. He's an architect in Winston-Salem and has served us very well in the past. The restrooms are down there. And we will break. I'm not going to give you a time because I'm hoping we get all the National Register ones done well before lunch, and then maybe start on the study list before lunch. I will warn you, normally our meetings, the most I have ever had in a study list that I saw was 10. You have 20 today. So take a deep breath and make all comments short and sweet. All right. The next thing I need to do is, if there's a conflict of interest, the rules for conflict of interest are in our bylaws. If anyone has a conflict, will they please let us know now on any of the. Hearing none, then we will go on with next thing in our agenda, and is our approval of the minutes. I hope all of you have reviewed the minutes. Are there any corrections or additions? Hearing none, I will accept a motion for approval of the minutes.
So moved, Matt Jorgensen.
I'll second it. Denard.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, now, because this is the first time we've been together, I would like for each one of you to introduce yourself quickly. And Ramona, are you going to introduce the staff, or are you going to let them do it themselves?
We can start here and go around. I'm just going to close the door because it's
Okay.
noise.
All right. Dr. Waters, who are you?
Well, just introduce me, Barbara. I am Darren Waters. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Archives and History and also the State's Historic Preservation Officer. Get to work with, as I've said, with a remarkable team. I deeply appreciate the work that they do. It's hard work, and appreciate you all for being here. So welcome, and it's good to see you in person.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ramona Barches. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer and the day-to-day administrator of Preservation Office. I'm very glad to see you all in person.
Good morning, everyone. Valerie Ann Johnson. I'm Dean of Art Sciences and Humanities at Shaw University. I also serve as chair of the African American Heritage Commission. And with my fellows, I am on the Historical Commission as one of the commissioners.
My name is Matt Jorgensen. I'm a professional archaeologist, and I live here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
David Ruffin from Raleigh, and I'm chair of the North Carolina Historical Commission.
I'm Sean Patch. I'm an archaeologist with New South Associates in Greensboro. Glad to be here today.
I'm Josie Ward. I'm an architectural historian and from Asheville.
Good morning. My name is Fred Belden. I'm a principal with Clearscapes Art and Architecture.
I'm Joe Opperman. I'm a historical architect, and I have a firm in Winston-Salem.
David Denard, retired history professor from East Carolina University, and I also serve on the North Carolina Historical Commission.
I'm Barbara Snowden, and I'm from Currituck, and I'm on the Historical Commission. And I always, when I ask to introduce myself, I usually use the term, I'm a volunteer for multiple projects. Okay, now let's start over here, and we'll do with the staff.
Hi, I'm Rosie Good. I'm with the Office of State Archaeology, and I'm here for the Northern Piedmont region.
I'm Dylan Clark. I'm also with the Office of State Archaeology, but I work in the Western Office and cover the Western.
Work here in the file room. I'm Chandria Birch. I'm in charge of the architectural file room in Raleigh.
I think I may be in the wrong area, but my name is Rosanna Anderson. I'm with the Wayne County Historical Association in Wayne County. Me too, I guess. I'm Kayla Hallberg. I'm a consultant with Commonwealth Preservation. I'm Cynthia DeMiranda. I'm a consultant with Cynthia Historical Consultants. I'm Jennifer Martin. I'm a consultant with Cynthia.
I'm John Wood. I'm a restoration specialist and the director of the Chicago's Eastern Office in Greenville.
I'm Sarah Woodard. I'm the branch supervisor for the Survey and National Register programs.
Hey, good morning. I'm Julie Smith. I am the National Register and Survey Specialist here in the Raleigh office.
I'm Audrey Thomas. I'm the survey specialist for the Western region. I'm Beth King. I'm the architectural survey coordinator.
I'm Hannah Beckman Black, and I am the preservation specialist in the Western Regional Office.
I'm Christy Brantley, and I'm the certified local government and local preservation commission coordinator statewide.
I'm Jeff Smith. I'm the National Register Coordinator based here in Raleigh.
And I'm Mitch Wilds. I'm head of the Restoration Services branch with the Historic Preservation.
Well, it's good to meet all of you. I'm sure I will not remember your names and your face, but I will remember your faces. So we're glad to have you with us today. Now I'd like to turn the meeting over to Dr. Waters. He has a few words for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, again, I said, I guess what I needed to say earlier, just to thank the team for the wonderful work that they do. I mean, I have been, I think, Ramona, what is it, maybe, is it a year, 2 months, maybe 14 months now in the role, still remain so fascinated with the work that goes on in the Historic Resources Division in general, and especially in SHPO. I want to thank you all too for being a part of this committee and for volunteering, especially those who've had to travel from a good distance to be here. Thank you for being here. I will say that I have spent probably most of this week with Dr. Denard. So he said he's retired, but he's not retired. So we have been together for the past 3 days. So, thank him for being here today because we had a long day yesterday in New Bern. But thank you all. I am going to be leaving in about 40 minutes or so to go to run to another meeting, and then we'll come back and join you. I'm really glad to see my Western North Carolina people here. Because as you all know, I am from Asheville myself, so it's good to see you all here. But thank you for being here. I look forward to this meeting today, and great to work with Ramona and the rest of the team. So thank you.
Ramona?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Waters. Again, it's so wonderful to see all of you in person. I agree with Ms. Snowden that this Hollywood Squares, that's nice, but this is much better. I just wanted to add my thanks, Dr. Waters, for the team, and just acknowledge that our Survey and National Register branch for most of the past year has been working at 50% capacity, but has still managed to bring you the highly professional presentations, the reviews that we all come to depend on. And I just wanted to acknowledge Sarah Woodard and her whole team at that branch of our office. But we've had some vacancies to fill, and you heard some folks that you might not have seen before in the flesh introduce themselves. So I just wanted to say again, Jeff Smith has joined us in a promotion from survey specialist based here in Raleigh to being our National Register Coordinator, but he's done this before. He had that same role in the state of West Virginia and also has worked in the Virginia SHPO. So he brings a wealth of experience on that front. And then we heard John Wood, he has a new job title as well. You know him being in the Greenville office for many years now, some time, straddling both the preservation National Register specialist position as well as restoration. But now John is turning completely to restorations, which has now created a position that's going to be National Register only for the Eastern office, was John's former position. So we're in the process of filling that, winding its way through HR. Hannah Beckman Black, we know Hannah from before. She was working out of the Southeastern region, but Hannah made a move herself and went over to Asheville to fill what had been Annie McDonald's position. So we've had a little bit of musical chairs. And then Julie Smith has been our National Register assistant that you all know very well through her role there. But Julie also got a promotion, and she's going to be filling Hannah's old position at Southeast. So have you caught up with all of our musical chairs? So as a result, that is creating additional vacancies that we're taking steps to fill. So the first one will be National Register assistant. So we appreciate Julie kind of straddling those roles for a little bit, but she'll be turning her attention to Southeastern North Carolina, Hannah's old territory. And then Jeff Smith's promotion also created another opening, which will be our survey specialist in Raleigh. So the labor market is contracted a little bit, especially in cultural resources. I know Sean Catch and I've talked about that in other venues before. So we're competing with a lot of people for talent. So if you know some folks that want to come work for the nice group of people, please send them our way. But I also want to thank all of you again for your commitment to coming here in person. The weather's not super today, but also all of your conscientious review and thoughts to help Dr. Walters with his decision making. So we appreciate all of you. Thank you. Madam
All
Chair.
right, we're ready to start looking at our 6 nominations for National Register. In lieu of time, if there is no major, we're going to discuss after each nomination, and then we will only vote at the end of the whole region, unless there is a reason that we need to pull one out and discuss it and vote on it separately. Okay? Ms. Woodard?
Right. Trying to get 2 computers fired up at once. So, to read my notes off of one and have the picture up here. We'll see how well I do with that. I do want to take one very brief moment and say a special thank you to my staff for really carrying a lot of extra weight and redistributing a lot of extra weight while we've been without a National Register coordinator. Can't tell you how excited I am to have Jeff on board. And a real specific big thank you to Hannah and to Julie. They really carried the lion's share of that weight, and I really appreciate their efforts. Christy Brantley and Jeanette Coleridge Taylor did all our food logistics today. They are past National Register assistants, and so they knew what they were doing, and we let them run with that. I use the term "let them." Lucy, I really appreciate their help. And also, Dr. Johnson is going to be helping out with our consultant training coming up in November. So I'm excited to see her again in November. All right, so this is Shiloh African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church. It is in Buncombe County and in Asheville. And so this is Asheville. You can see a little bitty red arrow at the bottom. It's South Asheville. And I've added the Biltmore Estate is the big blue blob, and then Biltmore Village is the little cluster of designated and surveyed resources at the top. So the church is eligible under criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage and African American history, social history, settlement and community development, as well as criterion C for architecture. The period of significance begins in 1889 and ends in 1970. Shiloh AME Zion Church's history predates its period of significance. Formerly enslaved people settled several communities on the edges of Asheville, including a community called Shiloh on the south side of Asheville. John Smith and Joseph McFarland were among the first African-American land buyers in the area in 1874, and the deed recording John Smith's purchase of 35 acres gives us our first written mention of Shiloh. Shiloh Colored Church is noted in the deed, the land description as a landmark. The deed reference and possibly the deed itself don't seem to be extant, but there is an 1888 deed that mentions the church property had been acquired from former enslavers, the Patton family, in 1871. By the late 1880s, a man named Charles McNamee, a New York lawyer acting on behalf of George Vanderbilt, had started buying land along the French Broad and Swannanoa rivers. The Shiloh community sat right at the very center of the planned estate. Soon McNamee and Vanderbilt were buying out all of Shiloh. They paid very generously for cleared land, but not particularly high quality land. For the church specifically, Vanderbilt paid about $1,000, and then he used that $1,000 on behalf of the congregation to buy a 2-acre lot, pay for the relocation of Shiloh Cemetery to the new lot, and relocate a former Presbyterian church building to the new Shiloh site to serve as the new sanctuary. Vanderbilt donated stained glass windows, a bell, and pews, and every year he would send the congregation a Christmas tree. Many of Shiloh's residents who had been basically bought out by Vanderbilt, they used their money to buy or build new homes closer to the new church site. Shiloh's residents found work on the estate, and Vanderbilt's doctor for the estate workers also served the Shiloh community. And the community had a school. After World War II, urban renewal came to Asheville, but Shiloh was far enough away from the center of Asheville that it was spared. But the community was affected. As one of the largest and most stable Black neighborhoods in Asheville, many families that urban renewal had displaced made their way to subdivisions being built throughout the Shiloh area. Eventually, the community school was torn down, but the church, Shiloh AME Zion, remains. So this is just a look at the cemetery and then back around to the front. By the 1920s, Shiloh AME Zion had outgrown its 19th century building, and the church built a new sanctuary in 1928. This is the proposed boundary with the church and the cemetery. Interior, looking toward the pulpit. And so that concludes my presentation of Shiloh, criterion A, C, and a period of significance from 1889 to 1970.
Are there any questions or comments?
Yeah, I guess just regarding criterion C, can you speak to obviously it meets those requirements, but I guess I didn't hear anything in the presentation, particularly about
Yes.
the architecture.
I'm sorry, Gothic Revival architecture, and it does compare very favorably to the smaller African American AME Gothic Revival churches in Asheville.
And I'll say no pressure, but if you don't approve this one, I will never be able to go home again. I grew up in this community, so I know. I grew up right there. The property right next door to it was owned by my grandfather, so I know this.
Is that part of the nomination?
You've answered my question.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. It passed. Thank that.
Point of order, I guess we should also ask if there's any nays or
Yes, I'm
abstentions.
sorry. Are there any nays or abstentions? Okay. All right. That covers our western region, and we will move to the central and southeastern region.
Okay, I'm going to present the Nicholas and Lucretia Thompson House in Leesburg in Caswell County. And I want to note that I did not prepare this presentation. Claudia Brown put this together, so big thanks to Claudia. But I did do the study list presentation for this back in 2019, so it's nice to see this one come full circle. So the Nicholas and Lucretia Thompson House, located in Leesburg on the eastern edge of Caswell County, is nominated under criterion A, or criterion C rather, for its architectural significance. Here you see Leesburg on the Person County line at upper left, and the other two images show the Thompson House property at the eastern end of Leesburg. The property is bounded on the north by US Highway 158 and has a Highway 158 address, but it faces south to Old Durham Road. The nominated property consists of all its current residual parcel of approximately 6¼ acres containing the house and 7 contributing outbuildings ranging in age from circa 1810 to circa 1860. And there's also one 20th century tractor shed. At first glance, the house presents as a vernacular Greek Revival style I house with a 2-story rear wing and an additional 1-story L. Upon further inspection, it becomes evident that the house exhibits a more complex building chronology. Walking around the house in a clockwise direction, we notice the unusual saltbox shape of the 2-story wing and the shed wings off of the 1-story L. There are 3 primary periods of construction: circa 1810 for the 2-story wing, the original portion of the Thompson House, late 1850s for the Greek Revival I house, and an early 19th century date for the 1-story L, which apparently was connected to the house at a later date to serve as a kitchen. Between the original house and the L, there was a breezeway enclosed and expanded to each side in the 20th century with the shed wings to create a family room to the east and 2 small bathrooms to the west. The original house was a distinctive 2-story, 1-room wide form popular in the northern Piedmont counties during the late 18th and 19th centuries. Few of these survive today, and most of them, like the Thompson House, are now subsidiary wings to later additions. This example is particularly notable for being 2 rooms deep at both stories and retaining original architectural elements, especially on the interior, as you'll see in a moment. The original house faced west toward Olive Hill Church Road. On its north side, original 9/9 windows remain, evident on the exterior at the 2nd floor. When the Greek Revival wing was added, the roof of the circa 1810 section was altered with a pediment on the north gable end to conform with the addition. Nicholas and Lucretia Thompson, who married in 1804, had the house built on town lots purchased between 1805 and 1808. Nicholas Thompson ran a tannery on nearby Cobb Creek, made saddles and other leather goods, and farmed, eventually amassing many hundreds of acres contiguous with this property and elsewhere near Leesburg. He also had a tanner's shop on this property, invested in a saddler's shop in Milton, and had numerous other business interests as well. Now we're looking at the interior, beginning with the circa 1810 portion of the house. 3 of the 4 mantelpieces on the interior chimney are finely crafted in the Federal style. The 4th in the rear 1st floor room, now called the loom room by the current owners for obvious reasons, was replaced with a simple mantelpiece in the Greek Revival style, probably when the I-house was built. There are several original 6-panel doors, but most of the trim is in the Greek Revival style and may have been redone over several years to update the house prior to the I-house addition. You might have noticed that there are no doors connecting the front and rear rooms on either floor. Surely they existed, and evidence is likely to be found beneath the plaster on either side of the fireplaces. The 2 doors to the breezeway from the dining and loom rooms would originally have been windows, and the 6-panel door connecting the dining room would have been recycled, perhaps from a connecting doorway between the rooms. Upstairs are 2 more Federal-style mantelpieces. The floors are at different heights to accommodate the sloping roof of the salt box farm. From the I-house addition, you step up to the northwest bedroom and down 3 steps into the northeast bedroom. Moving to the interior of the I-house wing, you can see that it is nicely, if simply finished, throughout in the Greek Revival style. All of the windows in this wing have flat panel aprons, as do the windows in the partially remodeled original wing. Most of the photos in this presentation were taken in 2019, but these were taken last month to show recent restoration of finishes. The current owners, who acquired the property in the 1980s, live in Hillsborough and spend their spare time restoring and preserving the house and outbuildings. It is not certain which Thompson, Nicholas or his son George, was responsible for the I-house. The period 1840 to 1860 is often referred to as Caswell County's boom era, following the accidental development of Brightleaf tobacco in 1839 and the subsequent development of a remarkably strong market, and the gradual updating of the Thompsons' house, culminating with the construction of the I-house, would have expressed their increased prosperity. Nicholas Thompson died unexpectedly in 1857 at age 76. The only extant record indicating a major construction project is a receipt for 5,000 shingles in October of 1857, paid for by George, who was the executor of his father's estate and acquired the house following his mother's death in 1858. The I-house addition could have been planned and construction begun prior to Nicholas's death, or the shingles could have been ordered by George Thompson in anticipation of the Here are views of the upstairs of the I-house. In the upper image, you can see the step up into the northwest bedroom of the original house. Going back downstairs, here are views of the early 19th century 1-story L at the bottom and top two views of the enclosed breezeway, and the small shed additions. In the plan, the L is not drawn in proportion to the rest of the house. In the view at the upper right, looking into the dining room, you can see an original 9/9 window and the flush board sheathing and Greek Revival surrounds, indicating that this area, almost identical to the front porch, was reworked as an open porch when the I house was added. Now, a quick look at the outbuildings. At the top is Nicholas Thompson's tanner's shop. Records strongly suggest that this building was already on the property when Thompson acquired it, although it has been updated with Greek Revival elements. Below are two views of George Thompson's law office, which was built circa 1860. There are three domestic outbuildings in a row behind the house. The doors of the kitchen and slave quarters have been altered and the building is deteriorated, but the owners are in the process of stabilizing it. It is notable for the massive stone chimney on the interior. There is a well house east of the main house, and further east, a small antebellum corn crib and a modern tractor and car shed. The Nicholas and Lucretia Thompson house is important for its high degree of architectural integrity, expressing its primary phases of construction. First, the rare surviving two-story, one-room wide dwelling of circa 1810, and the second, the expansion at the end of the 1850s with the Greek Revival style I house addition. Quite a few one-room houses with rear additions survive in Caswell County, but the 1979 publication of the 1972 Architectural Survey of Caswell County includes no freestanding two-story examples, either because they were lost or because they were inaccessible. Only the Thompson house was cited, albeit now as a rear wing. During the boom era of 1840 to 1860, substantial architecturally distinctive houses were built in the county, and many of them expanded earlier houses by adding a larger rear wing set perpendicular to the initial dwelling. The Thompson house exemplifies this trend. Of the numerous antebellum Greek Revival I houses that overbuilt or were attached to earlier houses, the Nicholas and Lucretia Thompson house is one of the very few that survives, and perhaps the only one surviving intact. The architectural significance of the property also extends to its outbuildings, one of the very few documented collections exhibiting a range of dates and types surviving in the county.
Is there any discussion, questions or discussion?
Very thorough report, thank you.
We'll go on to Ms. Woodard again. She's coming up the stairs.
And like you all, this is our first time in this room and first time a long time in this room. And it's our first time using this system. So it's sort of taken some getting used to. Winston-Salem. All right, so I'm presenting the Downtown Winston-Salem Historic District, and Kayla Halberg, the consultant who worked on it, is here, and we're excited to have her. I'm very excited so she can answer any questions you might have. So Winston-Salem is located in Forsyth County. And this is just a sketch. I don't know that I have this exactly right. A little sketch out of the proposed district bounds, and it looks kind of gerrymandered. But part of the reason is it's sort of encompassing the last things in downtown Winston-Salem that haven't already been listed, and it encompasses quite a number of buildings that are already listed, which should give you an idea of the sort of the eye candy to come. The district is eligible at the local level under criterion A for politics and government, commerce, social history, community planning and development, and under C at the statewide level for architecture, with a period of significance that begins in 1882 and ends in 1976. Winston-Salem is composed of two distinct communities, Salem, which Moravian settlers founded in the 1760s, and Winston, which the surveyors laid out in 1851. The General Assembly created Forsyth County in 1849, and county leaders purchased land from the Moravians to create a new county seat. That new county seat was Winston. And in 1913, the two towns merged. They constructed a new city hall, and the consolidated city continued serving as the county seat. Again, this is another approximation of the district, but just to illustrate where it is in relationship to Winston and Salem. It's entirely in the Winston portion, but it does just come right up to the Salem section. The first county courthouse was a Greek Revival building that the county replaced in 1926 with this classical revival building, which they expanded in 1960. Right about the same time, in 1927, the city also built a new city hall. The county's courts moved to the Forsyth County Hall of Justice in 1974. And the federal government built a new U.S. courthouse and federal office building in 1970 also. But not everything new in Winston-Salem in 1974 was brutalist.
Thank you.
One more time. Yeah. Look at that right here. The downtown Winston-Salem Historic District is also locally significant in the area of commerce. R.J. Reynolds and Winston are synonymous. R.J. arrived in Winston in the 1870s, and he saw promise, and the rest, as they say, is history. But Reynolds' prosperity wasn't the only prosperity. There were also other people doing other manufacturing, and this is a textile mill. And of course, where there's money, there are lots and lots of banks. And there are also more places to spend money. And these are a combination of office buildings and retail buildings. And the district is also eligible for the register for an association with the civil rights movement. Sit-ins occurred at the Woolworths and Walgreens. Woolworths is to the left and Walgreens to the right. And at several other lunch counters and buildings that had been torn down. The late 1960s also saw rioting and protests throughout downtown. Lastly, still under Criterion A, the district is locally significant in the area of planning and development, mostly for its mid-century urban renewal projects. But wait, there's more, and that's the architecture, which in Winston-Salem really is the main event, and the district is eligible at the statewide level for its architecture. When compared to other similar sized cities in North Carolina, and I'll quote directly from the document here, quote, Winston-Salem's volume, concentration, and breadth of high-style architecture designed by prominent architecture firms, many of whom had offices in the city as well, sets it apart from similar-sized cities in the state. We're just going to go on a little tour through downtown. The Nissen Building and the old, is this the Sentinel Building or the Journal Building? It's a newspaper building on the right. Chatham Building and First Baptist. On the right is the Carolina Theater, which is now more commonly known as Stevens Center. So that's Winston-Salem. Again, Criterion A in several different areas, and Criterion C at the statewide level for its architecture, with a period of significance from 1882 to 1976. Anybody have any questions on Winston?
Questions or comments?
I noticed in the nomination that the numbers in terms of contributing and non-contributing resources don't add up correctly. So if you can just check that to be sure that
Thank you.
on page 1, the non-contributing elements don't add up. And then in the narrative, there are a couple of places where the numbers also don't match.
Okay, we will check on that. Thank you.
And just a clarification, the date of significance or period of significance being within 50 years, is that something that happens more often? I understand the reason why, but more often or more easily in a district?
It can happen in a district. They generally let you get away with adding a few more years. Right now, the cutoff is 72. And I don't know, Jeff, is there a set? It's just kind of a.
As long as it's not the majority, they don't have to meet that criteria consideration sheet.
Excellent. Okay. Any other questions?
Dr. Denard?
Oh, yeah. I don't have a question, but a comment. I was impressed with the significance that's devoted to the under social history, the civil rights movement, and particularly the point made that the downtown lunch counters and restaurants led the way in desegregation. We normally think of Greensboro, February 1, 1860. I mean, they launched the first sit-in, but they didn't get the results. So the desegregation of restaurants here occurred in May, as opposed to July for Greensboro. But I looked at the sources here on number 23 footnote, and because I was curious about if there had been any real studies done on the civil rights movement, sit-ins in particular in Winston-Salem. And basically all I saw there were newspaper accounts, not a detailed study, like maybe even a dissertation or something. And I was discussing this a minute ago with Joseph here, and he said, well, I know of a full study that was done. It may not be published at this point, but it was a detailed study. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear. So often our civil rights research is really dependent on the few primary sources you can find.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear someone's put things into some sort of comprehensive examination.
Right. Any other comments?
About the district or about that particular
No,
comment?
just about the nomination.
I do have a comment. I know I'm the new kid on the block. I'd like to ask the indulgence of my cohorts here and allow me to make the nomination for acceptance when it's the time for that. This was in the newspaper last week on the front page about this district. And this was the editorial endorsing the district 2 days ago, and I didn't think I would ever see that. There was a very fine, not to disparage the current nomination at all, but there was a very fine nomination produced in 1989, paid for by the city. And there was such a response amongst developers, and I'm afraid within the architectural community also, that didn't want government interference. And so much so that even when PNC had Don Ripkema traveling around the state talking about the investment tax credits and so forth, they asked the city to sponsor his appearance in Winston, and they would not do it, and they wouldn't publicize it either. That's a matter of record. So I'm delighted that finally, and that nomination in 1989 was by Wynn Taylor and Laura Phillips, and it went to city council and they rejected it. So sometimes God works in strange ways to delay preservation, but it's coming about, and this is terrific.
We will therefore, as a personal favor, we will allow you, we'll vote on all the others at the end, and we'll let you have that individual moment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And thank you for giving us that overview. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
And it makes us feel good to know that things do happen.
And it clarifies for me, I was like, I couldn't understand why Winston-Salem didn't already have a historic district, why it was coming up now, but that explains. Thank you.
Let's go to the next.
All right, so moving on to city motor. This is something you looked at our last meeting, and it is back with some improvements. Yes. So city motor is located in Salisbury, which is in Rowan County. Here's your map. City motor was completed in 1946 and is a very intact car sales and repair complex. This photo from 1946 shows the components that remain in place today, including the corrugated parapet, metal casement windows, garage doors, the original pedestrian entrances. And an image from 1947 lets you see, it gives you a little bit better look at some of the showroom details behind them. And then this picture from 1988 shows the main building as it remained at that point. So City Motor was established in downtown Salisbury in 1940 by a group of 4 men. But during World War II, most of Ford's production was focused on the Army's needs. As soon as the war was over, however, the company returned to marketing its cars to civilians. City Motors founders recruited 2 Salisbury War veterans returning home to work at City Motor, and one of them, the son of one of the original owners, was sent to Ford's first merchandising school in 1947. He was one of only 33 men in the class. At the same time, the company hired a local architect named John Hartledge to build a new showroom and service facility to match the company's new modern sales methods, such as big reveals and showrooms that look different from other traditional downtown commercial buildings. With sky-high post-war demand, the company maintained a wait list for cars. Construction of a new VA hospital in Salisbury in 1953 further boosted business. The building operated as a Ford dealership until the late 1980s, when Ford began requiring dealerships to be located outside of sort of central cities and closer to interstates, and required new dealerships to conform to standardized plans. City Motor is a complex of buildings with the showroom at the front and an original service wing connected to the back of the showroom. Behind that is a small auto parts storage building, a Quonset hut. Both of those were added very soon after the original construction, as pictured from this 1950 Sanborn map and highlighted here in blue. Another service building was added in 1954, followed by a small office building. And this is the proposed boundary, which follows the original lot lines shown in that 1950 Sanborn map, and that's smaller than the parcel it stands on today. So this is the front as it came to you back in June, and as you can see, they have taken out some of the upper wall material to give you a better idea of what it would have looked like. And this is kind of moving around the building and then looking down that side. Again, this is the original service wing that was attached to the back of the showroom. Then that's the back corner of that service wing to the right, with the auto parts storage is the concrete block to the left. And you can see the Quonset hut behind it. That's that auto parts storage building again. And then the Quonset hut, this is the back side or the exterior side of the auto parts storage. And we're just moving along the back of that, the Quonset hut again. And then this is the second service wing or service building that was added in 54. And then that's sort of a look at the whole length of it. Moving around the rear. And that's the opposite side of the 1954 building, back to the Quonset hut. And back to the auto parts storage building. This is the rear of the original service building. And then the other side of the service wing. And so to the left would be the showroom. And this is that garage and the windows, pedestrian entrance, the other pedestrian entrance. This is the inside of those entrances. So this is inside the showroom as it was, as you saw it in June. They had inserted a mezzanine level. This is that space now with the mezzanine flooring and ceiling taken out. So you still see some supports, but you can also imagine at least how how you can take it out and finish that opening. This is looking from the service area toward the showroom. Staircase up to the second floor. This is upstairs in the showroom. So this flooring and therefore all the shelves and everything on it are gone. And the garage door and around this side have been opened up. This is in the rear service wing. Inside the Quonset hut. Service wing again. I think this is the 54 one. And then an aerial look from the 50s, I think. City Motor retains a very high degree of architectural integrity. The showroom's windows had been replaced with solid walls, and the showroom's height had been truncated with the addition of a mezzanine. However, the exterior walls have been opened up to reveal of the original openings and the scale of those openings, and the mezzanine floor has been removed. With the reopened showroom space, the entire complex retains very good integrity and can successfully convey its historic significance in the areas of commerce and trade and architecture. That's City Motor. Any questions before I? Yep.
I have two things. One is just a comment on the National Register form. I believe it's section 7, page 22. There is a highlighted header for an archaeological statement that has no statement.
Okay.
I would recommend you remove that header or make a statement. And then my other real question is, we often have talked in the past about evaluating things in the now and not what they were and not what they could be. And so what is the staff's recommendation here, particularly in regards to the fact that they have made changes, but they have not completed the changes?
Yeah, so that has been an ongoing conversation and is with this committee as well. How much did they have to open up? Staff felt like they had opened up enough by removing the flooring and the wall materials so that even though the studs and the joists are still there, you get the sense and you can understand that space as being an open volume. And that open volume is what really made it work as a showroom. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that assuming they do submit tax credits, obviously the Park Service will be looking closely at how they treat that and show them to ensure that it's.
We can't talk about the tax credits.
Any other questions and comments?
So since we are voting on these by region, if we have problems with one property in that region, what will we do?
We need to remove it and vote on it separately. Would you like to have this removed and voted separately?
No, I just
Okay.
wanted to know.
All right.
Preparing this.
I think that is everything I had. Hannah, are you still in this region?
Yes.
I am, yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Rounding out the central and southeastern region, I have two presentations for y'all today. The first is Stanley Mills. It was added to the state study list in 2017. Located in northeast Gaston County in the town of Stanley. Here is its location within town, indicated by the red arrow, and really the green outline as well. Stanley Mills is being nominated under Criterion A for its local significance in the area of industry. First established as Stanley Creek Cotton Mill in 1892, the complex expanded and changed hands several times into the 1960s. But throughout its history, remained the town's largest employer and the only textile mill. The period of significance begins with the mill's establishment in 1892 and extends to 1972. While the mill continued to operate into the early 2000s, operations in the last 50 years are not of exceptional significance. Gaston County was one of the largest textile producing counties in the country.
Beginning in the mid-1800s, the abundance of natural water power and cotton farming attracted textile mill development to the area. While industrial growth in the county was aided by the arrival of the railroad in the 1860s, it was not until after the Civil War that industry boomed in this region, encouraged by increased railroad networks and innovations in steam power technology. By 1920, the county had 90 mills, more than any county in the country. The town of Stanley began in the 1860s as Brevard Station, a stop along the Wilmington, Charlotte, and Rutherford Railroad. It was first incorporated in 1879, renamed Stanley Creek in 1893, and then Stanley in 1911. The town had little growth until the establishment of the mill in 1892. The plant would go on to manufacture various types of yarns and fabrics through the years, changing leadership and names, but its growth and success is evident in the numerous large buildings and additions throughout the complex. I'll provide a quick overview of the company changes and operations, but a much more detailed account is provided in the nomination itself. By 1910, it was renamed Stanley Manufacturing Company, and in 1918 became the Lola Manufacturing Company and continued to manufacture cotton. The top photo shows the front elevation, and I don't know why. Yep, so this is the original mill, one-story mill here, and then there's a two-story separate building that was built in 1920 here. And then the bottom photo shows the mill village housing at the time. This photo shows the front elevation of the Lola Gingham Mill, added in 1923. Caterman Mitchell Company acquired it in 1930 for silk production. And Stanley Mills, Inc. went on to acquire Caterman Mitchell in 1941 and Lola Mills in 1948. Rayon production began in 1942. By 1950, J.P. Stevens and Company acquired all buildings on the complex and produced a variety of synthetic and natural fibers. J.P. Stevens operated the mill until 1999, when it was sold to Belding Hausman, Inc. and closed a year later. Now I will show you around the property as it appears today. The complex encompasses a total of 14 resources with 7 contributing buildings, 6 contributing structures, and 1 non-contributing structure. Starting with the earliest building, which forms the center of the complex. This is the Stanley Creek Cotton Mill building, built in 1892, with several additions built before 1975. So that's the main mill building as it looks now at the top. And then to the bottom left is a 1920s warehouse addition. The brick veneer along the front elevation was added sometime after 1967, but the window openings remain evident on the interior wall. So in that bottom photo, you can see those window openings behind the veneer. Here's the interior of that original mill building. The building retains the buildings all retain their open floor plan, wood post and beam construction. And over here, here's my pointer again, you can see those window openings on the front elevation. And then this is the interior of that warehouse addition. Next is the Lola Manufacturing Mill number 2 building at the south end of the complex. It was constructed in 1920 with 2 1962 additions. The window openings on the older part of the mill, which you can see here, here, and here in this photo, they're also visible with some replacement windows added. And then this is one of the 1962 additions, and it's hard to see. There was I think a stair addition here. And here are some representative shots of the interior, characterized by wide open rooms, wood flooring, wood or metal supports and beams. This is the Lola Gingham Mills building dating between 1923 and 1965. Here's the front of the building, and this is an office addition that dates to circa 1945.
This is looking from the other direction down the street. And here is the rear of the building. And some typical interior spaces. The top left photo shows the office addition interior. The complex contains 4 contributing warehouse buildings constructed between 1946 and 1957, all highlighted here in red. And here are photos of each of those. Here are 3 contributing structures. There are 2 water towers and a water reservoir. And again, here's that water reservoir and the 1920s tower and a 1947 tower. And the last 4 resources are concentrated in this area and are all dating to 1947. We have a smokestack, a coal silo, and this is the only non-contributing resource on the complex, a cooling tower platform. This portion of it was reconstructed in the 1980s. And then this is a switch tower, which you can barely see here. The nominated boundaries encompass the 13.5 acre property historically associated with the manufacturing complex. In addition to 6 tax parcels, the boundary includes portions of the public right-of-way along West Parkwood Street to the north, right here, and West Church Street here, as well as a 13-foot wide portion of the right-of-way along Main Street to include any portions of the mill that extend into the right-of-way. And here is a summary of the significance, local significance under criterion A for industry of the period of significance from 1892 to 1927. And it should be noted that Dr. Waters received a letter from the town of Stanley in which the mayor and town council fully support the Stanley Mill nomination.
Are there any questions or comments?
Does the staff have any, excuse me, integrity concerns about the number of windows that are infilled on the primary mill buildings?
So we typically do see with these older mill buildings as they, change in technologies and introduction of air conditioning closing in those mill building windows. So that hasn't been a concern in the past. I remember at the time of the study listing, there was some concern about the brick veneer along the mill building. The fact that the other buildings are in pretty good condition, I think kind of outweighs that, but that's certainly a good consideration for you all. A little construction happening out there.
Quick question, were contributing structures outside of theirs?
No, there were no contributing outside the period of significance. That, you know what, that is the wrong date.
That was gonna, in my head, is it 1947?
1972.
72, okay.
Mix up there. Sorry about that. Thank you for.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right, let's go to the Women's Club and then we'll start on this section.
The last National Register property is the Goldsboro Women's Club. It was added to the state study list in 2021. Located in the Wayne County seat of Goldsboro. Here is its location in the outskirts of downtown where it starts to transition between commercial and residential buildings. The Goldsboro Women's Club building is being nominated at the local level under criterion A in the area of social history and women's history, and under criterion C in the area of architecture. The building was constructed in 1927 as the headquarters for the Goldsboro Women's Club, first established in 1899. The period of significance begins in 1927 and extends to 1972, which includes all of the ownership by the Women's Club organization up to the 50-year National Register limit. The club was one of dozens of such clubs across North Carolina and thousands across the nation created in the late 19th and early 20th centuries to provide women with an outlet for charitable research and companionship and a vehicle to organize campaigns for social betterment. Women's clubs had emerged in the 1860s after two female journalists were denied entry into an all-male journalist club in New York. In response, they formed an all-women's club called the Cirrhosis Club. In March of 1899, Goldsboro resident Mina Wheel organized a group of 62 local women to hear Charlotte Perkins Stetson, a lecturer and writer, and Sally Southall Cotton, a North Carolina leader in the women's club movement, speak on the topic of women's clubs. From this meeting, the Goldsboro Women's Club was established, and it should be noted that the African-American women in Wayne County formed a separate women's association. The seventh in the state, the Goldsboro Club joined other clubs in forming the NC Federation of Women's Clubs in 1902 and joined the Federation a year later, the General Federation a year later. The club was originally organized around 5 programmatic committees: home science, child study, music, mental and physical culture, and village improvement. Early accomplishments of the club included establishing a local kindergarten for children of mill workers, organizing the first public library, and taking on issues of child labor and public health. According to the nomination, several powerful women whose influence stretched beyond Wayne County received support and training through the club. This includes activist Gertrude Wheel, a founder of the Goldsboro Equal Suffrage Association and the North Carolina League of Women Voters. She was also active in many civic groups, including Legislative Council of North Carolina Women, the Goldsboro Bureau of Social Service, and the Association of Southern Women for the Prevention of Lynching. The club met in various locations around town, but in 1912, the Goldsboro Club women decided they wanted a building of their own. After some creative fundraising efforts, they purchased a lot and partially financed the current clubhouse. It was designed in the Colonial Revival style by architect Thomas P. Jones and constructed in 1927. During World War II, the club gave up space in the building for the Red Cross and the USO for a number of years. In the later 20th century, the club sponsored lectures, raised scholarship funds, hosted workshops, and supported the public school system. They regained the use of the entire building by 1973, from 1973 to 1986, when they donated the building to the Historical Society and Museum, which remains its current use. The club continued as an organization until 1990, but is now inactive. The nomination states that the Women's Club building may be the best example of the Colonial Revival style in Goldsboro, certainly in terms of non-residential architecture, with its monumental penivented portico, elaborate door surround, and symmetrical fenestration featuring multi-light windows and jack arches. It's also noted to be a good example of a purpose-built clubhouse erected during a pre-Depression boom in the Women's Club clubhouse construction in North Carolina. Overall, the integrity remains very good in the building, as you'll see from the following photographs. So this is the front elevation. Here is the side elevation. The slate roof, windows and doors are original. Here is the rear elevation, which has a 1988 bathroom addition that's 1 story. Other side elevation, which has an elevator shaft addition that dates to 1988 as well. And sorry for this blurry photo, but this is the interior transverse hall space with staircases rising to the left and right once you enter the front door. The interior floor plan and finishes remain very intact. Here's a view from one set of stairs looking down the entrance toward the entrance. And then moving deeper into the building, this is the salon, which is a paneled room with a coffered ceiling. And then behind that is an exhibition room. And upstairs is an auditorium. This is facing toward the front of the building with the stairs rising on either side of the alcove straight ahead. And then facing back toward the back of the building toward the stage. The nominated boundaries follow the tax parcel, which includes the entire parcel historically associated with the Goldsboro Women's Club building. And a summary of significance, local significance under criterion A for social history and women's history, criterion C for architecture with a period of significance from 1927 to 1972.
Are there any questions or comments?
Are those the dates of historical significance?
Yes, so it begins with the construction of the club and then extends to the 50-year mark. They did extend, I think they continued to use it until 1988. Let's see, back at my notes here, 1986. But that period between 72 and 86 was not found to be of exception.
I didn't see any listed in the report.
Sorry.
I didn't see any dates listed under significant dates.
Oh, we'll have to double check that then. Thank you for noting that.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we're ready to vote on the central and southeastern regions with the exception of downtown Winston-Salem Historical District. Do I have a motion on the other bill? Okay.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any noes? So it passed. Now I'm waiting for a motion on the downtown Winston-Salem Historical District.
I so move.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Congratulations. After many, many years. you got
Many,
that.
many years.
All right. We're now going to go on to the two study lists for lunch, please.
May we request a bathroom break?
Yes, you can. We'll have a bathroom break for about 5-10 minutes.
Bathrooms are just on the hall, right? Resume 11:15.
11:15.
Technically, we're in Raleigh, like on the edge of Raleigh, right next to the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so, okay, so I got it backwards.
Just moved into an open office concept. It sucks. Everybody gets their little.
Used to say yes and everybody doing what I said to do.
You may regain it then.
Just the next two.
Yes. All right, we have some survey projects that we're very glad to see being done. And We'll start with those.
So before we get started, I just wanted to say for the sake of the new members and for some who might not have seen a survey presentation in a few minutes, that we really have two primary ways that we consider applicants to the study list. And the one that you see most often is the nomination form that we get in from the public. But we also may, as a component of our survey program, like to have a good strong study list presentation at the end of an architectural survey. So we have two of those today. And the first one is from our staff member, Audrey Thomas, who's been working with us since likely before COVID hit. So a very sincere bless her heart for learning to work in our program during a really unprecedented time. And then we also have a presentation from two veteran surveyors, and those of you who've been on the committee know their national register and survey work very well, MDM Consulting. So we're going to be seeing a lot of these kind of study list presentations over the next few years. So we're going to be wrapping up a lot of survey work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so good morning. Today I'll be discussing my recent survey work in Valdez and presenting several individual resources and two districts for possible study list. So Valdez is located in Burke County, about 8 miles east of the county seat of Morganton, and it's the second largest town in that county. Valdez was founded in 1893 by Waldensian immigrants from the Cottian Alps, which is the area on the border of Italy and France. The Waldensians are a religious group originating in the 12th century who practiced voluntary poverty and a strict adherence to the Bible. The Catholic Church declared them as heretics due to their practice of lay preaching. The religious group experienced several centuries of persecution, but were granted legal freedom in 1848 with the Edict of Emancipation. Once the Waldensian people were able to live without fear of persecution, there was an increase in population and subsequent overcrowding in their small towns. This spurred migration movements to South America, South Africa, and the United States. While the full story is a little unclear, at some point Marvin Scaife of the Morganton Land and Improvement Company made contact with Waldensian leaders in Italy, and the largest group soon settled in Burke County. The first 29 immigrants arrived in Valdez in the spring of 1893, and they were tasked with preparing the settlement for the rest of the migrants. At the end of the year, there were 225 colonists. The first few years were filled with struggle. In Europe, most of the Waldensians relied on agriculture, and they imagined their settlement in Valdez would be primarily agricultural as well. However, they found the terrain of their new home was very rocky and the soil was poor. By the turn of the century, however, agricultural endeavors did improve, and many farmers had 15 or 20 acres under cultivation. By this point, the colony also had a post office, general store, and train depot, and had constructed the Waldensian church that is extant today. So the photo at the top right is Valdez shortly after the church was built in 1899, and the railroad runs along the front of the photo. Next to it is the Tron House, which is an example of the quickly built frame buildings the first group of colonists built for later arrivals. And this house has been relocated to the Trail of Faith, which is an open-air museum of Waldensian history from both Italy and Valdez. During those early years of struggle, some residents left Valdez to find work. Don Garreau, Francis Garreau, and Antoine Grill all went to South Carolina, where they worked in textile mills. After learning the textile business, they returned home and established the Waldensian Hosiery Mill in 1901. This would kickstart the industrial growth of Valdez. Over the next 2 decades, more industry developed, mostly textile and hosiery mills, as well as the Waldensian Bakery. By 1920, Valdez was a fast-growing industrial town. So the black and white photo at the bottom left is from 1920. The church is circled in red, and the railroad runs across the front of the photo. Most of those buildings are no longer extant. The photo next to it is the Waldensian Hosiery Mill in 1910. Valdez continued to grow during the 1920s and 30s. Industry continued to develop with the opening of the Pauline Knitting Mill, Pilot Full Fashion Mills, and Valdez Weavers, among others. Development did slow slightly during the Depression, and many workers were laid off or saw reduced wages. Post-World War II, however, industry boomed again. Several plants all were merged under the name Alba Waldensian in 1962, which then became the largest employer in Valdez. Furniture companies like Crestline opened in the post-war period, but the furniture business never quite overtook the textile business. Industrial success continued into the early to mid-1970s before the hosiery industry began to struggle due to cheaper imports. While many businesses have closed, several have survived, including the Robinson Hosiery Mill, which is a small family-run enterprise on the east side of town. Other industries were purchased by larger companies, like the Waldensian Bakery, which was sold in the 1980s and is now owned by Bimbo Bakeries, and that's the largest commercial baking company in the US. So aside from industrial plants like the Ponds plant at bottom right, which was a part of Alba Waldensian, some of the large building endeavors of this period included the development of the downtown commercial district from the 1920s through the 1940s, the elementary school in 1923, which I'll show on the next slide, and the Francis Garreau Memorial Center at bottom left in 1938. So Valdez has only been surveyed once. This was during a countywide survey by Randall Cotton in 1984. The limited results can be seen on this map. Through that survey, the 1923 elementary school, pictured here, and the 1899 Waldensian Church were listed in the National Register. In addition, the Paschal House and Report House, both which exhibit traditional Waldensian architecture, were study listed. The Domus House was National Register listed in 2002. During my project, including resurveyed and newly surveyed properties, I documented about 225 resources. So before we move into the study list proposals, I'd also like to touch on the Waldensian architectural tradition. And just to note, the photos in this section showing the traditions back in Europe are all from a trip Catherine Beischer took to the Waldensian Valleys. So back in Europe, most of the architecture of the Waldensian Valleys was constructed with stone. Some of the more formal architecture in towns would be covered in stucco, like we see here. And here are some similar examples in Valdez. The stone construction of the church and its current stucco exterior can be seen in the two photos on the left. On the top right, this is the La Ferde outbuilding, which was used by a Waldensian mutual aid organization. And below is the Sala House, a residential example of the stucco exterior. Exposed stone construction is also quite common in the Waldensian tradition. Often the stonework is mortarless, though this is less commonly seen in Valdez. Buildings were also often built into hillsides. The lowest level would be used for storage, chores, and or housing animals. And then balconies were also common for extra space. These early buildings in Valdez echo some of those same building traditions from Europe. On the top left, the black and white photo is the Report House. This is probably the most original and least altered example of Waldensian architecture in Valdez. It's a fieldstone construction and built on an embankment. It has stables below and living space above, and it features a balcony across the front. The building at the top right is one outbuilding at the Paschal House. It was a one-room dwelling with a root cellar and wine storage below. The bottom right is an outbuilding at the Blainat House, built around 1920. It featured stables below and chickens above. It received a new gable roof and garage addition in the 1980s. And then the house at the bottom right also follows the early stone and bank construction. While there are still some extant examples of those early building traditions in Valdez, often you'll see remnants or evolutions of these traditions. So seeing stone foundations, steps, and retaining walls is quite common. After the turn of the century, the stone construction was commonly applied to more American house forms, like the Henry Peru House, a stone bungalow seen at the bottom right. Above is the National Register listed Domus House that exemplifies the 20+ year artistic endeavor of Jean-Pierre Auguste Domus. That house is framed with a stone veneer applied. And then some of the Waldensian stonemasons branched out into different types and applications of stone, such as the Parker House at the top left. And then, of course, with native-born Americans moving to Valdez and Waldensians acclimating to American culture, much of the architecture of the town does mirror other national trends. J.M. Brinkley moved to Valdez in the early 1900s, started a lumber company, and built this house at top right in the early 1920s. With rapid industrial growth, vernacular housing for mill workers can be found, like those front gable homes making up a neighborhood just north of a concentration of mill buildings, seen at bottom right. Period revival cottages were quite popular in Valdez as well. Many of these houses do feature some stone details around arched doorways, on chimneys, or around window openings. And of course, ranch construction and neighborhood development is also seen in Valdez. And unsurprisingly, the stonework of the Waldensians is not limited to Valdez and is seen locally, just a few miles away in Connolly Springs, regionally shown in McDowell County, and further across the state at UNC Chapel Hill. I also read reports of several stonemasons who worked on the Blue Ridge Parkway during the New Deal and at Arlington Cemetery. In addition to bringing a stonework tradition to Valdez, the Waldensian immigrants brought other cultural traditions, such as traditional dress, games such as bocce, and foodways like saltisa, a type of sausage, winemaking, and bread baking. So I'm now going to move into the study list presentations. So staff believes all the properties I'm going to present appear to be eligible for listing in the National Register and recommends placing all of them on the study list. I'll begin with two bread ovens, the Tron oven and the Pons oven. Traditionally, bread has been baked in outdoor ovens like this one here from Prali, Italy. A common oven for use by an entire village or multiple families was very common in the Waldensian valleys. In Prali, men were most often the ones who baked the bread, and it was made about once a month. They would make multiple loaves at once, all heavily salted to preserve the loaves for longer. If the bread became tough, it could be dipped in water or sweet wine to eat. In Valdez, the first community oven was built within the first month of the first group's arrival in 1893. The original group baked bread for later arrivals using the outdoor oven, and the oven was then used collectively by the colonists. As more settlers came and established themselves in Valdez, 5 neighborhood ovens were constructed, which seemed to have functioned like the communal village ovens in Italy. More than the central community oven would have been necessary due to the much larger landscape of Valdez as compared to the Waldensian villages in Europe. So these are the locations of the Tron and the Pons oven. As you can see, the Tron oven was built much closer to town and the Pons oven was a little further away. So first we'll start with the Tron oven, which was built around 1894 on Pierre Tron's property. Pierre Tron was one of the first arrivals to Valdez, and he completed the carpentry work on the original community oven. The Tron oven was one of the original 5 neighborhood ovens. It originally sat next to the Tron house, which is the frame house we saw earlier to the Trail of Faith. A circa 1920s house was recently demolished, and a large barn has only foundations. In the middle of this slide, this 1968 photograph shows the oven in much the same state as it is today. This is the oldest photograph that I have of the oven, so it's possible the brick chimney was not original, though there are other early structures in Valdez which feature both brick and stone. So next is the Pons oven. This was constructed by Albert Pons around 1906, at the same time as the Pons house seen at the right. Like Pierre Tron, Albert Pons was an early arrival to Valdez and worked on the masonry of the original community oven. He was a well-known mason and traveled throughout the US and Canada for work. I do have a slightly older photograph of this oven from the early 1940s. This oven originally had a domed roof, and then around 1940, it received its gable roof from Albert's son, Frederick. According to current owner Kevin Frederick, this was the last of the 5 neighborhood ovens to be constructed. Some sources have described it as a private outdoor oven, which may refer to its use as a private oven later. As folks adapted to American traditions, as the Waldensian bakery grew, and with more modern conveniences, the need for these ovens diminished, and they were used by fewer people and less often. They were both in use, at least for demonstrations, in the late 1960s. They were also both documented in Randall Cotton's 1984 survey, but likely shortly after became overgrown, and both were fairly recently uncovered. The Tron oven and Pons oven both appear to be eligible for listing under Criterion A for ethnic heritage, exploration settlement, and/or social history. So next we'll discuss the downtown commercial district in Valdez. As I mentioned earlier, the current commercial district did not begin to develop until the mid-1920s. Before then, the town's main street was Massell Street. On the bottom of this map seen along the railroad track, commercial buildings were generally freestanding and scattered along Massell Street, interspersed with dwellings. Families that owned property to the north of today's main street, shown on this map as Connolly Street, began to build commercial buildings beginning in the 1920s, and really more so in the 1930s and 40s. So the proposed boundaries contains 34 resources constructed from around 1920 to 1970. And to point out a few major landmarks in town, the Valdez Elementary School is circled to the left, Waldensian Bakery is at the right, and the Waldensian Presbyterian Church is in the center. To give you an idea of the development of Main Street, here are the Sanborn maps from 1931 and then 1931 through 1950. So as you can see in 1931, along Main Street, there were a few freestanding commercial buildings, dwellings, and the 1929 Waldensian Bakery at the far east end. By 1950, the core of attached commercial buildings were completed. There were still a few residences as well as a few other commercial buildings. This is an aerial in 1979, and all the buildings have been constructed by this point. And as you can see, we have new post-World War II development in the circled areas. And again, this is the current aerial. So starting with the far west end, we have these 2 street views. The top is the south side of Main Street. They're pretty standard commercial buildings. There are some small remnants of a revitalization effort that began in 1976, marked by the arrow. But most of those facades have largely been restored in recent years. There were 2 recent demolitions in 2006 of residences on either side of the building at top right, and they are circled on the aerial below. And these were the last of the residential buildings in this downtown core. On the north side of Main Street, those are circa 1960s buildings at the bottom left. So these are the 2 blocks of attached commercial buildings of 1 to 2 stories with minimal brick details. The 2 marked with arrows do have some nice Art Deco details as well. For the most part, these buildings retain enough integrity to be contributing, and I'll show some examples of contributing versus non-contributing at the end. This is the block just to the south, and all these buildings seem to be pretty intact. This block sits just to the north. The building at the top was the post office during the 50s and early 60s, and the other two were auto-related buildings. So next, the aerials on this slide show a view from 1979, and then today, the two circles show one commercial building and one residential building that were lost within the past 50 years. The top two buildings are those on the corner, and the one on the right is a historic gas station, which you can see has that mid to late 70s facade update as well. And then the bottom two are mid-century buildings with pretty good integrity. And then at the far east end is the Waldensian Bakery. So the black and white photo shows the 1929 original facade. Of course, it has seen some expansions and renovations, but the main entry is pretty intact, and the building was in essentially its current state by 1975. So with the current boundaries as I've drawn them, this would be the east end of the district. Here's a very preliminary contributing, non-contributing map I've put together. The orange represents contributing, and the red represents non-contributing. The lots which have no color just don't have any buildings on them. All buildings in the proposed boundaries were built at least 50 years ago. Therefore, any building that would be non-contributing in the district would be for integrity reasons and not due to age. So here are a few examples of contributing buildings. On the left is the Roses building. You can see it has curved display windows, recessed double door entry, second story metal casement windows, and decorative brick. In this photo, you cannot see it also maintains a starburst tile pattern at the entry. On the top right, this is the Belk Broom building. This building housed the Belk department store in Valdez from 1935 when the building was built through at least the 1970s. It maintains its step brick pilasters and brick diamond details, curved display windows, recessed entries. At the bottom right, this building housed the First National Bank of Morganton and maintains its massing recessed entry and clear story. These are a few examples of non-contributing buildings. As previously mentioned, all non-contributing buildings in this district are due to integrity. The top left photo was originally a Tasty Freeze, but it received a large addition in the 1990s. The top right photo shows the Bentley store. It had a recessed entry, non-stained glass windows on the second story, and it did not feature exposed stone historically. The bottom left was once the Waldensian Market, but its new facade conceals slanted display windows and its black and white tile surround. And then the circa 1976 facade on the photo in the bottom left also, of course, changes the character of the historic facade. The downtown commercial district appears to be eligible for listing under criterion A for commerce and possibly criterion C for architecture. So next, moving away from downtown, we have the Albert Baru House. This house sits on a large lot about half a mile north of downtown. It feels very secluded due to its large setback and forested lot. The house was the first built on Louise Ave, which is now lined with several other impressive homes. The house was designed by Hickory architect Robert Plemmer. In contemporary newspaper coverage, it was described as ultra-modern, one of the most beautiful and most pretentious residences in the entire Hickory area, and having the very latest and most advanced scientific discoveries in home building. Albert Baru was an infant when he came to Valdez with his parents in 1893. His father and uncle established the Waldensian hosiery mill. After World War I, Albert took over management of the mill, eventually becoming its president in 1948. He was hugely influential in developing the mill into a powerhouse of the industrial community in Valdez and the region, and he also played a large part in the Alba-Waldensian merger. So in this photo, you can see the house, which is pretty grand for Valdez, especially in front of construction. It has a nice stone-lined curving drive and a very picturesque landscape. Here's the rear of the house, which shows the full exposed basement level, as well as the original garage. There are some shots of the interior of the house. The dining room is the one in blue. It includes its wood floors and built-ins. The library, painted green, includes paneled walls, an archway, and arched doors. The living room at the bottom has its mantle, and all the bathrooms have original colored tile and some of the original fixtures. So here are a few more interior shots of some interesting details. This is the original elevator and an original sound system in the basement, and the main entry stair and details as shown in the original plans. During the previous owner's tenure, he did rehab the house. During that renovation, he made some changes, though it seems like he mostly tried to work in the spirit of the original house. He restored the copper tile roof, though replaced the dormer roofs with standing seam copper. He also added a shed and 2 boxwood gardens. The shutters and windows were replaced using wood Pella architectural windows. So here I've included a photo of the original versus the replacement, so you can see how it looks pretty similar still. And on the interior, the majority of the work was done in the basement and mostly the utility-oriented rooms. Here are some of the interior changes. So the first is in the basement, a walk-in fridge was converted to a wine cellar. And then upstairs, the kitchen was remodeled around 2000. And this seems to be the only floor plan change. The original kitchen, butler's pantry, and breakfast room were all combined to create one larger space. So even with these changes, the house remains a pretty intact example of a Georgian Revival house and is certainly the most significant and substantial extant example in Valdez. The Albert Grew house appears to be eligible for listing under criterion C for architecture. So lastly, we're going to be talking about a grouping of industrial buildings which all operated under Alba Waldensian. So in the 1950s, Valdez was the center of the textile industry in Burke County and employed roughly half of hosiery workers in the county. Two of the largest mills in Valdez were Waldensian Hosiery Mill, established in 1901, and the Alba Hosiery Mill, established in 1928 as Pilot Full Fashion, and both were begun primarily from Waldensian leadership. The two mills merged in 1962, operating 6 plants in Valdez and 1 in Lenore, and becoming the largest employer in Valdez. At the time of the merger, Albert Grew became chairman of the board and his son Louis was elected president. So the core of the Alba Waldensian Mill complex is seen here in the red boundary. In this slide, you can also see the Valdez Elementary School and the Tron oven to the north, and then the potential downtown district that I presented earlier, it would be to the north and northeast. So to quickly run through the development of the complex, here's the 1931 and the 1950 Sanborn map. Here you can see the basic footprint of the Waldensian Hosiery Mill on the left and the Pilot Full Fashion Mills, which would become Alba on the right. At Waldensian Hosiery Mill, this period saw a new office building and new development on the east end marked by the arrows. Pilot saw new development marked by the arrows as well, including new buildings constructed to the north of Arnott. Between the 1950s and 1970, development continued to the north with 2 new buildings. In 1972, a new office building was constructed, marked on the left. And then the only changes in the last 50 years are the demolition of the early L-shaped building at the Waldensian Hosiery and the rear addition on the northernmost building, both marked on the right photo. As we move around the complex, we'll start at the far west end at the Waldensian Hosiery Mill, then to the 2 buildings of the Pilot Full Fashion Alba Hosiery Mill, then to the paper box department, and lastly, the Alba Waldensian office building. So starting at the Waldensian Hosiery Mill at the west end of the district, the mill was originally started in 1901 in a small wooden building on 4 acres along the railroad. The mill made slow progress with no railroad depot to facilitate reliable yarn deliveries. The stockholders founded the Valdez Manufacturing Company in 1913 to provide the mill with a high-quality yarn supply. The mill continued to grow quickly, and after the 1960s merger, the Waldensian main plant produced men's and women's hosiery. So as you can see here on the aerial, the L-shaped building was demolished in 2010. The photographs show the 1940s office, which clearly has some integrity issues with new windows, new balcony, and the porch awning. However, it does retain its general massing, window openings, glass blocks round, and brick details. On the west elevation, you can see it has both new and original windows, a new awning, and then a new addition at the south end. This is the oldest extant portion of the Waldensian Hosiery Mill, built around 1920. This is also where that L-shaped building once stood. And then on this slide, you can also see the north end and the east end with its clip corner. To the east is the Pilot Full Fashion Mill, later called Alba Hosiery. It was organized in 1928, and at that time it had 50 employees. It grew in the 1930s, and by 1940, it was the largest unit of the Valdez textile industry, employing 750 people. In 1953, it had 800 employees. The walkway connects to the building on the north lot. The building shown here was constructed around 1935. The building features more of its original fabric, including the door surrounds seen noted here. It has some original windows and window openings. You can also see the stone retaining wall along the railroad, which evokes some of the Waldensian influence on the industrial efforts in town. While the percentage of Waldensians in Valdez shrunk throughout the 20th century, it's important to note that they were overrepresented in industrial leadership, including at Waldensian Hosiery and Pilot Full Fashion. So this is the circa 1950 building that sits just to the north of the last, connected over the roadway. It's of a much simpler design, however, it maintains its arched door on the east elevation. On the rest of the building, you can see different periods of construction, as well as another stone wall. The west elevation depicts the earliest section of the building, built around 1940. It does feature some bricked-in window openings, though they still are discernible. Other windows, as you can see, are filled with glass blocks. The northernmost building is the paper box factory. The first box factory was established by the Waldensian Hosiery Mills in the 1920s or 30s in a stone building. This building was later erected in 1951. After the merger, it supplied boxes for all divisions. It's a pretty basic building. It doesn't have a lot of decorative detail. Here's the east elevation, and then the north elevation is the rear addition that was added around 2000. Then this is the 1972 Alba Waldensian office building and computer center built to the east of the buildings. This is the only building that was constructed after the merger of Alba Waldensian in this district. Here's the rest of the building. Starting in the 1970s, cheap imports of hosiery created large stresses on the company. To combat this, the company began to diversify, and Alba Waldensian became known for diversification and innovation within the hosiery world. They expanded to become a leader in niche medical supplies, as well as branching out to maternity and plus-size products. Its labels were carried in national department stores. Throughout this period, it remained the largest employer in Valdez. In 1999, the company was purchased by Tefron, an Israeli company. The complex here was divided and sold between 1992 and the early 2000s. Tefron only retained ownership of the office building. The Alba Waldensian Industrial District appears to be eligible for listing under Criterion A for industry. That's all I have.
Any questions? Comment? Maybe it's the fact that it's almost time for lunch when I can smell the bread. Because going to camp, we went through Valdez and we could still smell it in the cars. And also, do we have a special category for tasty freezes?
Perhaps we should.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Would you all like that next presentation?
Yes, presentation, and we're going to do them as a group.
Can you help me, please?
That's right. Good stuff.
Morning.
Morning.
Hi. I'm Jennifer Martin. This is Cynthia V. Miranda. I want to first give acknowledgement to Chandria Birch, who's on the staff of HPO, for scanning every single file for the town of Tarboro, thousands of pages, and making those available to us. We consultants couldn't live without Chandria.
You're here.
Oh. We completed the architectural survey of Tarboro for NCDOT as part of a mitigation project. This survey was the first of several phases of mitigation measures to document the existing architectural heritage of the area around Rocky Mount being impacted by the construction and operational launch of the CCX intermodal terminal. Currently, we are documenting historic resources in Edgecombe County outside the town of Tarboro and the city of Rocky Mount, and the results of that survey will come to you next year. Today, we're going to focus on Tarboro, which contains a large National Register Historic District listed in 1980 with over 600 principal buildings. The survey work in the late 1970s that led to in our district used the 1931 Sanborn maps of Tarboro to define the survey area. That is, they surveyed every part of town depicted in those maps. In addition to the district, that work resulted in a multiple property documentation form called Historic Resources of Tarboro. The Tarboro Historic District contains a wide range of building types, including residential, commercial, and institutional. The period of significance for the district ended around 1930, so some of our work was to fill out the picture of what happened in Tarboro in those decades following the onset of the Great Depression. And here's one of those files Chandria scanned for us. In addition to updating documentation for all the buildings within the historic district and adding all the support buildings, including garages and outbuildings, we surveyed 380 previously unidentified properties.
We documented 2 residential developments as well as several individual properties spanning multiple building types and architectural styles. The properties reflect development and architectural trends in the late 19th century to circa 1975, expanding the scope of historical and architectural trends documented in Tarboro. And I do want to note that we were told to start this project in March of 2020. Most of the field work occurred during the COVID lockdown period before the introduction of vaccines. Typically with a municipal survey, there would be public meetings, lots of public outreach, but none of that was possible, obviously. For information on individual buildings, we relied heavily on online sources, but also spread the word about our work through social media, which was totally new to me. But when there are 6,000 members of a Facebook group in Tarboro, it can be very helpful. So today we are presenting 9 properties today for proposed inclusion on the state study list. The first of these, several of the first of these are already contributing resources in the district, but they also appear to be potentially eligible individually for the National Register. The first property is the Catherine and George Mathewson House on East Church Street in Tarboro. Noted brick mason and carpenter George Mathewson built this richly ornamented weatherboard cottage on East Church Street around 1871 for his first wife, Catherine Dancy Mathewson, and their 2 children. Mathewson, who was born in 1839, was the son of Rachel Pender, who was an enslaved woman, and John Mathewson, a white man. Census records and John Mathewson's own will from 1868 indicate that Rachel and John had at least 5 children together, including George and his brother Henry, who worked as a carpenter in Beaufort. George Mathewson is known to have built several brick stores in downtown Tarboro for John Shackelford. Along with Henry C. Carey, Mathewson built the now demolished Tarboro Town Hall and the Black Masonic Lodge on Panola Street, which Cynthia will show you in a moment. The original portion of Howard Presbyterian Church is credited to Mathewson, although this has not been confirmed. He built civic projects such as bridges and other infrastructure such as drains. He was active in civic affairs during Reconstruction, serving as a town commissioner in 1875 and as a magistrate in 1877. In his will, dated 1921, 2 years before his death in 1923, he bequeathed, quote, "the house and lot on which I now reside, same being on Church Street of the town of Tarboro, to his second wife, Kinsey Mathewson, who he married in 1916 following the death of his first wife." Mathewson has been the subject of much research, including by Catherine Beischer, but no comprehensive list of his work exists. We know a few of his projects, but those likely represent just a fraction of the work he did in Tarboro and in Edgecombe County. Censuses taken after emancipation indicate that he worked as a brick mason and carpenter for at least 50 years. The ornate lattice porch on his own house is similar to porches on other mid and late 19th century houses in Tarboro and Edgecombe County and may indicate his association with those buildings. The Catherine and George Mathewson House appears potentially eligible under criterion B for its association with brick mason and carpenter George Mathewson. While Mathewson was likely responsible for a good collection of buildings and structures in Tarboro, the house he built for himself best represents his known work and is the extant building most closely associated with him. The house also appears eligible under criterion C for its embodiment of the post-war picturesque mode, the lavish porch trim, gable end embellishments, multi-hued accent lights edging the windows, and bold cornice brackets imbue this otherwise modest cottage with audacious Victorian flair. The house also appears potentially eligible as the work of a master. And please note that Preservation North Carolina has protective covenants on this house. Next is the Mary Eliza and Reverend John W. Perry House. Mary Eliza Pettifer Perry, a native of New Bern, and Reverend John William Perry, born in Granville County, came to Tarboro in 1882, the same year they married, as graduates of St. Augustine School in Raleigh. By 1885, the couple had founded and were teaching at St. Luke's Parochial School, a thriving day school that enrolled over 100 Black students in its early years. St. Luke's predated the white graded school in Tarboro. In 1891, the Perrys bought this house on East St. James Street from George Howard. St. Augustine's, from where the Perrys graduated, served as an exceptional training ground for the couple, a joint effort of the National Freedmen's Bureau and the Episcopal Church. St. Aug's was organized in 1867 to educate Black students and to train Black teachers. In the 1870s, St. Augustine's expanded into ministerial training. When the Perrys arrived in 1882, John W. Perry was serving as a deacon for St. Luke's Episcopal Church, the first Black Episcopal congregation established by the Diocese of North Carolina. Reverend Joseph Blunt Cheshire Sr., rector of Calvary Episcopal in Tarboro, spearheaded the founding of St. Luke's in 1872 and proved instrumental in providing a building for the Black congregation. The first years, St. Luke's was served only by lay readers. In 1887, John W. Perry was ordained into the priesthood, reportedly the first Black clergy person to be ordained by the Episcopal Church in North Carolina. He became rector of St. Luke's and for another congregation in Wilson, but his home and his home base for his fundraising efforts in the North remained Tarboro until his death in 1918. Reverend Perry served St. Luke's Episcopal Church and St. Luke's Parochial School, sometimes referred to as the Perry School, for over 37 years. The school closed in 1957 and was later demolished. Reverend Perry became a close associate of Joseph Blunt Cheshire Sr. in January 1915 at a celebration of Cheshire's life at Calvary Episcopal Church, where a stained glass window was dedicated in his honor. Reverend Perry served as the only clergy person of color to officiate. The News and Observer reported that Perry, quote, was present in his vestments and occupied a seat in the chancel, having been a valued friend of the late Dr. Cheshire, unquote. The house on East St. James Street remained in the Perry's home until their deaths. Again, he passed away in 1918 and she in 1929. The house then went to their daughter. The Perry House appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion B for its association with Mary Eliza and Reverend John W. Perry, who founded St. Luke's Parochial School, which educated Black students in Tarboro for over 72 years. And for Reverend Perry, the first Black person ordained by the Episcopal Church in North Carolina. The Perrys made significant contributions to the educational and religious development of Black residents, and their house best represents their significance in the history of Tarboro.
This is St. Luke's Episcopal Church on Panola Street in Tarboro. This church is a simplified version of the Gothic Revival style, with gable front, lancet windows with stained glass, and a square tower that holds Gothic arch doors. The congregation dates to 1872 and was closely associated with the nearby Calvary Church. This building was erected in 1892 to 1893, and the tower was added in 1894. Here's a nice view of the stained glass at the facade, and this view also shows another door in the tower. The stained glass windows are a combination of memorials to parishioners and donations from other Episcopal parishes in the Eastern United States. And the interior as well retains Gothic Revival elements, including the altar rail and pulpit seen on the right and the vaulting seen at the left. Flooring and pews are original as well. A long single-story gabled building with 6/6 wood sash windows extends from the west end of the north side of the church. It was added in the middle of the 20th century. The building is locally significant under Criterion A for its association with African American history in Tarboro, and also under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an intact example of the Gothic Revival style. The period of significance under A would likely extend beyond the date of the addition's construction, and it was apparently built for some programmatic work connected to the church, so it does not appear to detract in any way from the integrity of the church. Next, and down the street, also on Panola Street, is the Mount Lebanon Masonic Lodge that Jennifer referred to a moment ago. This is associated with the Prince Hall Masonic Lodge in North Carolina, and lodges are important community organizations. As with St. Luke's, which stands just down the street, this building is a marker of African-American community life in Tarboro. This part of Tarboro, the east side of town, has seen a lot of demolition since 1980 when the district was listed. And back then, the street was lined with modest bungalows, and then finer, older Queen Anne houses like the Mathewson house we saw above was farther down the street closer to the church. And Mathewson, as Jennifer said, has a connection here in that it appears that he built the lodge. Despite its current state of disrepair, we can see it has some finely rendered architectural elements. The boxed eaves, the end returns, the transom and fenestration all express modest colonial revival style. While the interior, sorry, missed moving forward on that picture. And the interior reveals a little bit more Italianate detailing with these heavily molded curving architraves and the more narrow proportions. This interior view shows picture molds, coved corners where the walls and the ceiling meet, and a platform and podium similar to what was in the other photo, perhaps the second room on the second floor. I did find this undated photo of the lodge from Digital NC at the Edgecombe County Memorial Library. The building probably dates to about 1900, and this was a period of strong growth in the number of Black Masonic lodges across the state. Lodges were a means of building business contacts. They were a way to contribute to the community in terms of volunteer and charitable efforts, and in some cases, membership helped a member get credit needed for business growth. Lodges sometimes had enough resources to provide assistance to members suffering from short-term financial problems, such as unexpected expenses due to health problems, damage to crops, or so on. In cities, members in Black lodges were often relatively wealthy, often landowners and leaders in Black businesses. Rural lodges, on the other hand, had many members who were farmers. In the early decades of the 20th century, as membership expanded a good deal, members were less likely to be landowners. Participation in the lodge then offered a hands-on chance to learn about property management and investment. This lodge, the Mount Lebanon Lodge, for instance, in 1902, invested in shares of the Union Cooperative Investment Company, purchasing 25 shares at $25 or $50 each. That company was a Black-owned business, chartered in 1904 with the intent to operate in Tarboro. The newspaper article I found mentioning the company stated that the scope of the intended business was mercantile, but the scope itself had not yet been revealed to the public. I cannot reveal that to you today. But these tidbits do show the ways in which the lodge could contribute to Black enterprise in the community. Lodge buildings themselves also might serve purposes for the wider community, offering spaces for libraries, cultural centers, or meeting halls. We included this building despite its current state because it does retain high architectural integrity. And surviving African-American lodge buildings with such architectural attention are rare. Many that we've encountered in survey are much more utilitarian in form. The building appears potentially eligible then under both criterion A and criterion C. And then the next house is the Minnie and Edwin Cherry House, which is at St. David Street in the district. This is the fourth and last property, is that right? The last property that's in the district, but that appears potentially eligible for inclusion on the state study list. So we singled out this distinctive 1.5-story bungalow because it was rich with detailing and it was impressively intact. Pairs and trios of squared columns on brick piers support the front porch. A clipped gabled dormer is set on the front roof slope and has carved eave brackets, exposed rafter tails, and paired square columns that echo those at the porch. Windows you see are 9/1 sash and set in trios flanking the front door at the symmetrical 3-bay facade and singly along the side elevations. A 3-light transom caps the single-leaf front door. The original weatherboard siding remains, accented in the gable ends with shingle siding. A hipped bay at the north elevation has a fixed sash piano window flanked by full-sized windows, and back rooms are housed in an end gabled section. The interior appears to be intact. We couldn't get inside this house, but these are very recent real estate photographs. They're just from the past few months. The house recently sold. It had been a rental house, but now it appears that it will be owner occupied. So I apologize for the quality of these photos, but multiple attempts to get inside the house and photograph it myself were unsuccessful to this point. The house was built for the Cherry family in 1925 after Mrs. Cherry admired a house that she saw in Wilson. She acquired the plans from the Williams Lumber Company, also in Wilson, and she had local Tarboro builder Charlie Pulley erect this house. Minnie and Edwin Cherry purchased 3 parcels from the subdivision under development by Addie and Claude Wilson for $1,100 in 1924. And they raised their family in this house while running a dry goods store. The house appears to be potentially eligible as an excellent example of craftsman style bungalow. It really stands out among the much more modest dwellings on this stretch of St. David Street. Many of the neighboring houses are front gabled bungalows with very minimal craftsman style elements, like triangular eave brackets or battered porch posts on brick piers. And it does compare favorably to the few other craftsman bungalows in the district in terms of architectural integrity. Next, we have properties that are not in the district, and they are all residential properties that date to the second half of the 20th century.
Read that. Okay, this is the Annie and Fletcher Decatur Wharton house. Information about this house and the Whartons came from 3 sources. First of all, Fletcher Decatur Wharton was the Negro agricultural extension agent for Edgecombe County, and he, every 10 years during his tenure, published an annual report, and those are just so rich in information. Also from newspapers of the period, and finally from the Whartons' 97-year-old daughter who lives near me in Durham, who I interviewed 3 times about her parents. So Fletcher Decatur, F.D. Wharton, was born in Reedsville in 1889. His father died when he was young, leaving his mother to support him and her 2 younger children. When F.D. was a child, his family moved to Oak Ridge, North Carolina, where his mother took a job at Oak Ridge Institute, a boys' prep school opened in 1853. Although the school was for whites only, the principal, impressed with F.D. Wharton's intellect, encouraged him to attend classes there. F.D. Wharton studied at NC Agricultural and Mechanical, A&M College, now North Carolina A&T University. After graduating with honors, he taught at A&M and then at Slater Industrial School, which later became Winston-Salem State University. F.D. Wharton married Annie Harris in 1915. F.D. Wharton's work took the couple to Arkansas, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. Between college and the family's move to Edgecombe County, Annie and F.D. Wharton worked as teachers, and he as an agricultural extension agent in Granville, Vance, and Warren counties. In the early 1930s, the family moved to northern Edgecombe County, where F.D. Wharton taught at Bricks Junior College, which was founded in 1926. The college began as a school for Black students established by the American Missionary Association in 1895 as the John Keasley Brick Agricultural, Industrial, and Normal School. After Bricks closed in 1933, Wharton became the Edgecombe County Negro Farm Agent, one of 27 Black agricultural agents in the state by the year 1935. Here's one of those reports that Wharton did, and this one's from 1939. And basically the goal of these reports was to sort of recall what all the activities he was interested or worked in for that year. And I looked at a lot of different other agents' reports, and his were always about 6 times as long and illustrated, by the way, which others were not. So he was really invested in his work. His teaching skills honed from his years in education enabled him to provide farmers and their families with advice for introducing or improving crops and livestock, renovating their farm buildings, and creating community within a racially segregated society. This slide and the next show excerpts from his annual extension agent reports from the 1930s and 40s. Much of the information about F.D. Wharton really comes from these reports. Throughout his career as an extension agent, Wharton showed concern for the lack of stability in family life caused by farm tenancy and sharecropping. In 1935, tenant farmers made up almost 80% of farmers in Edgecombe County, and with only about half of those remaining on the same farm for at least 1 year. Most of those tenants were Black. Wharton spearheaded the landlord tenant program, a wide-ranging effort to improve farm life for owners and agricultural workers. Wharton's strategy aimed at urging landlords to improve tenant houses and their surroundings and encouraging tenants to be self-sufficient by producing fruit orchards, raising livestock, and maintaining their houses and outbuildings, and improving their health through good nutrition. For Wharton, a better life for tenant families meant decreased mobility, which led to more participation in community activities like 4-H, youth groups, and social organizations such as the home demonstration clubs. These activities, according to Wharton, created stability in the lives of tenants. To improve tenant-landlord relations, for many years, Wharton and a white farm landlord, Thomas Pearsall, organized an annual field day at the Braswell Farm, a large operation spanning Nash and Edgecombe counties. Begun in 1935, the yearly event included exhibits, seminars, demonstrations, a barbecue picnic, and prizes for the best farm families. These are huge events that attracted large crowds of tenants and local and state agricultural leaders. In 1939 alone, the event attracted 900 tenant farmers. Self-sufficiency among tenants remained one of Wharton's chief causes. In 1938, Wharton told the Rocky Mount Telegram newspaper, quote, "It's almost impossible for small farmers to feed and clothe a family by raising a few acres of cotton and tobacco, and it's even harder for a tenant who must share part of his crop with a landlord. But as we find farmers growing their own vegetables, raising chickens and a pig, and a few who have their own milk cows, we note that they usually are well fed and in a position to reserve their cash income for things that can't be grown on the farm or made at home," unquote. In 1938, he organized the Kingsborough Providence Bull Association, a cooperative of Black farmers who worked together to improve livestock conditions in the county. In 1943, Wharton established curb markets for Black farm families in Tarboro and Rocky Mount. The curb market success garnered statewide and national attention in agricultural circles. In 1945, H.W. Hochbaum with the U.S. Department of Agriculture visited the markets, and he was in charge of the Victory Garden program for the United States. From the opening of the Tarboro market in the summer of 1943 to November 30th, 1950, sellers at the market received well over $30,000. According to F.D. Wharton, almost all the sellers worked as sharecroppers or tenants. On December 6, 1943, the Charlotte Observer farm page editor, F.H. Jeter, devoted an entire column to F.D. Wharton, praising him for his fine work in establishing the curb markets. Jeter called Wharton an, quote, untiring Negro farm agent and hustling fellow when it comes to working for the improvement of his people in the rural districts, unquote. Jeter noted that Wharton, quote, encouraged gardens. He has seen to it that fruit trees have been planted and were sprayed and pruned. He has encouraged the production of hogs for a home pork supply, unquote. Jeter also pointed out that through Wharton's incessant prodding, many brooder houses were built, good brooders were bought, and laying houses and old farm outhouses were remodeled to be used for poultry keeping. Agricultural extension agents at NC State College were so impressed with Wharton's work that they made Edgecombe County the training center for incoming Black extension agents. Wharton also encouraged farmers and their families to save money. In 1945, he founded the Edgecombe Farmers Cooperative Credit Union and served as its first secretary-treasurer. In 1946, the credit union financed the construction of an agricultural demonstration home on the farm of Ed Williams of Macclesfield. In the early 1950s, he organized thrift clubs in Edgecombe County schools to teach children the value of saving money. Wharton's influence on the Black population of Edgecombe County went beyond agriculture. In 1946, he remarked, quote, the citizens of the county looked to the county agent not only for advice on farming and rural living, but they flocked to my office for advice on numerous matters not directly related to agriculture, but to human welfare in general, unquote. As an example, after phone lines were extended to the Kingsborough community in 1946, Wharton traveled to the rural community to show the residents how to operate their telephones. In 1948, the Whartons bought a parcel on East St. James Street that contained 4 houses. F.D. Wharton had the 4 houses moved and had this brick house built for his family. The family tailored the design to fit their needs. And the following description comes from the Wharton's daughter. Living room with a fireplace, a large room designed to hold gatherings, opened into a medium-sized dining room to accommodate the serving of refreshments. The kitchen and downstairs bedroom were small, but the upstairs bedrooms were much larger. The house contained a library to hold her father's collection of classical literature. A porch was built on the side and used as the primary entrance. An elongated back porch overlooked the grass-covered backyard where F.D. Wharton built a family tennis court because there were no courts open to Black residents in Tarboro. F.D. Wharton was an avid tennis player and taught his 3 children how to play the sport when they were young. F.D. Wharton retired in 1951. In 1975, on the suggestion of Reverend Mayo Little of Calvary Episcopal Church in Tarboro, the couple moved to Pennock Village, a retirement community in Southern Pines. The Whartons were the first Black residents of Pennock Village. F.D. Wharton died in 1977. Annie Wharton died in 1981. In September of 2018, Pennock Village named a new 3-story, 20-unit apartment building, the Wharton, in honor of the Whartons. Annie and F.D. Wharton built this house in 1954, 3 years after his retirement. The house on East St. James Street is the only building associated with the cumulative contributions of F.D. Wharton. Just 2 previous houses where the Whartons lived have been demolished. The office building where he worked on North Main Street, which was built by the WPA in the 1930s, was torn down in 2017 or 18 by a bank. Following his retirement, F.D. Wharton continued his community service, often holding meetings in the large living room and serving refreshments in the dining room. The Whartons occupied the house for 20 years. Their daughter, Juanita Wharton Taylor, now owns the house. The Thelma and Edward Merrow Jr. Lestron House is a 1-story side gable Westchester model with an exterior and interior of enameled steel panels bolted to a structural steel frame with a concrete block foundation. All elements of the building, including the wall framing and roof trusses, are steel with porcelain enamel steel panels affixed to them. Each 2-foot by 2-foot exterior panel exhibits a glass-like maintenance-free finish. Entrance to the interior is through a steel door located inside an inset porch on the southeast front corner. The exterior color is dove gray, one of 4 color choices given by the Lestron Company. The only alteration to the house is the sheathing of the gable ends with vinyl siding. You can see right there. Lestron houses are prefabricated enameled steel houses developed by Chicago industrialist and inventor Carl Strandlund, a native of Sweden. Between 1948 and 1950, 2,498 were built. The Lestron Corporation declared bankruptcy in 1950, despite being extremely well-funded, well-publicized, and government-supported. Production delays, lack of viable distribution plans, and escalating prices for the finished project all contributed to the company's failure. The Jones Whitehead Homes Incorporated Company, based in Wilson, advertised their services in the Rocky Mount Telegram in March 1949, as you can see here. And that company did build the only other Lestron in Edgecombe County, which is at 918 Eastern Avenue in Rocky Mount, for client W.G. Powell in 1949. Only have a couple of interior photos. These were taken by a local historian there. Thelma Hill Merrow and Edward Hines Merrow Jr., a Tarboro native, married in Texas in 1943. He attended Port Arthur College in Port Arthur, Texas, which was Thelma Merrow's hometown. During his service in World War II, Mr. Merrow trained in radar technology with the English Royal Air Force Radar School in Canada. At the time of their wedding, Mr. Marrow served as an instructor in radar at Corpus Christi Naval Air Technical Training Center. There's a floor plan of the house on the left. The Marrows moved to Tarboro after the war, where Mr. Marrow took a job with Carolina Telephone and Telegraph. In 1949, the Marrows bought the property on Cromwell Avenue from Gertrude and Clifton Henderson. Mr. Henderson served as president of Henderson Lumber Company and Henderson Construction Company, and it is possible that his business erected the house for the Marrows. From 1986 to 1993, Ed Marrow served on the North Carolina State Board of Examiners of Electrical Contractors, a position he was appointed to by Governor James Martin. Thelma Marrow predeceased her husband. He owned the house until his death in 2005, after which heirs sold the property in 2019. The house is significant as an intact example of a Lustron house, and again, one of 2 Lustron houses in the county.
And finally, we have 2 modernist dwellings designed by Raleigh architect Robert Burns, who was associated with the School of Design at State. Both houses are done in the shed style for clients who were friendly with each other. And it's interesting to compare and contrast the 2 houses. They were designed in the same period, but the Whaley house, which we see here, was completed first in 1969. The Whaley house comprises 2 double-pile wings arranged in an L plan. Shed roofs intersect at different heights and allow for clear-story windows that provide light from above, an element seen in a number of residential projects designed by Burns in this period. I apologize that I don't have good images of this roof configuration, but here is an interior image showing the effect of the light from above. And the current owner has not yet given me access to the house, but she sent me many, many photos and a rendering and a floor plan. And we emailed back and forth quite a bit about the house. So I think we can get a pretty good understanding of the house. Additionally, I had the pleasure of interviewing the original owner, Janie Whaley, and she pulled out family photos like this one here that showed parts of the interior and the exterior. And we talked quite a lot about the house and the design process. So here are the Whaleys, and Janie's in front in the navy suit. And with her husband and her 3 children on the back deck of the house. Janie and her husband, John, began talking with Burns about designing a house for them in 1965, after being introduced by their friends, Motzi and John Brooks. So John Whaley and John Brooks were both physicians, and they worked together at the Tarboro Clinic. Janie Whaley had been interested in architecture and modernism and counts herself a fan of the work of Frank Lloyd Wright. And at the time, she had also studied on her own the work of the Bauhaus architects. And it was mainly Janie Whaley who interacted with Burns on the design. The couple had few requests for Burns, and he apparently felt comfortable in pursuing his own preferences. For instance, the Whaleys imagined a brick house for themselves, but Burns thought that the wooded lot was not suited to the brick material. So he went with pine boards instead, laid vertically and flush to each other. He also designed the wood-framed gutters that you see in this image, and those provide a dramatic finish to the eaves of the house. So initially, Burns drew 2 double-pile wings joined in an L with gable roofs. A window wall overlooks a deck at the gable end of the wing on the right side of the drawing. So this elevation that you can't see, this is a window wall looking out to the woods. And the wing to the left terminates with a carport. That part I think you can see. There are 3 different roof ridges, providing a little space for clear story windows in the exposed gable ends. But as built, the gable roofs were eliminated in favor of the shed roof blocks with varying roof heights that come together to allow for more clear story windows near the roof ridge, instead of only at the gable ends. So here is a drawing that showed the house as it was built. And again, I apologize about the quality of the image. I was trying to work with the owner to get her to digitize this for us, but then she went off to Paris, so she's unavailable for that right now. But she's been so cooperative and really, really helpful. And she loves this house quite a lot. She has lived in it, I think, about 20 years. And the house is really important to her, and so this work has been important to her as well. But I think that we can see how the sheds replaced the gables. And what remained the same was the window wall at the deck and the gate at the gable end of the one wing, which provides a view out to the woods. There's a library, a main entrance foyer, and 2 bedrooms and bathrooms in this wing that terminates with this view. And the second wing was more designed for family life. It has the eating kitchen, a family room, 2 more bedrooms and bathrooms, which I think were intended for children, and all of that with the carport and some utility space. So here's the spot on the left where the 2 wings come together. And this is where the entrance is located, in a recessed porch. And that window that you see on the left is in the kitchen, where you get a section of unbroken glazing between the counter and the cabinets. The couple made few changes to the house during the decades they lived there, the Whaleys, the original owners. But one of the changes is that there's behind the gentleman standing here, and I don't know who they are, you see the sliding glass doors that led out to a screened porch. Well, the Whaleys found that porch to be too small to be practical for use, so they contacted Burns within a few years of moving into the house and asked him to remodel that area and incorporate that space into the rest of the living room, which he did. He designed the new space, he removed the glass doors, and he added windows and walls where there had been screens. That's the exterior of that same area. So that's the main alteration to the house, and it was designed by the original architect within just a few years. This house is significant and appears eligible as an intact and excellent example of the shed style within the modernist idiom of the middle decades of the 20th century. So from here, we move to the Brooks House, which was completed in 1970. And I believe that these houses were probably being designed in the same time period. And this shed style dwelling was built for Martha, known as Motsy, and John Brooks. And it features a singular design in its neighborhood, Forest Acres, which is a mid-century neighborhood with many large ranch houses. This house complements its neighbors with similar massing and materials, but it definitely stands out in terms of its integration with the lot and the originality of its design. Rather than a side gabled roof, so typical in this neighborhood, the house comprises 2 rectangular shed roofed halves that meet at a long side, so that the high point of their roof lines meet. The front half is taller than the back half, which you see here. And then here is the rear elevation. And that creates a clear story band that faces toward the back of the property, and it's not visible from the street. The brick veneered dwelling has a deeply inset front entry with angled brick wall at the south end, matched by sharp angles at the north end. Another band of clear story windows are above the entry, and there's also a large fixed sash pebbled glass window to the right of the door. The windows across the facade of the house are recessed like the front entrance, and the bedrooms occupy the front of the house. So the bedrooms are behind all those windows that you see to the left. While formal and informal living rooms, the kitchen, and dining areas are at the back and can look out to the private backyard. So inside, a corridor runs down the width of the house to separate the private and the public zones and extends from the entry. You see the entry over here on the right. As you step in, you can either go straight down the corridor or you can turn into this formal living room. At this end of the formal living room, there is a circular stair that you see right here. So this is all that same space right inside the entry. And the stair leads up to a loft that also runs the length of the house over the corridor. At the south end of the corridor, over the entry and the formal living room, is a painting studio in the loft designed for Motsy Brooks. The main function of the loft outside the artist studio space are for storage. And I'm sure that, it did not typically look like this. I think that it was used as a place to display art, but then also these doors on the left provided storage under the eave storage in the shed attic part. But it also provided a light well to the rooms downstairs. So you see the loft over here, and the light is all coming in from the clear story at the back of the house, but it comes in because of the lofted area. So there's a second stair at the north end of this loft, and you see here how the loft does overlook the den. You can also see here built-in cabinets, which are dividing the den from the kitchen just beyond the cabinet. And this is a feature that also divides the more formal living room we saw before from a dining room. And this type of cabinet feature as a room divider was also present in the Whaley House design. So Bob Burns and Dr. John Brooks had grown up together, and the three of them, Burns, John Brooks, and Martha Brooks, were all freshmen together at Wake Forest University for a year before Burns transferred to NC State. And Motzi Brooks still lives in the house as of 2021, and it was really fabulous to visit with her in the living room and hear her stories about designing the house and living in the house. This house appears eligible as an excellent example of the shed style within the modernist idiom of the middle decades of the 20th century. So that is our proposed list for possible inclusion in the state study list. Although these are all residential and institutional buildings, we also surveyed other industrial properties, a cemetery, commercial properties, a brutalist corporate campus, and a baseball stadium. Unfortunately, although these properties do contribute to the physical documentation of history in Tarboro, we didn't find any of them to have sufficient combination of integrity and significance to warrant inclusion in the list. And recall that a substantial part of Tarboro is already a listed district that includes residential areas, the business district, government and religious institutional buildings, and some industrial properties. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, any questions or comments?
I do have a question. You mentioned for the Cherry House, I think, that the architectural plan or the plans for the house were been bought at the local building supply. Do you have any idea if that was locally generated plans or if it's plans that might be mail order or anything of the sort?
I think that they were plans that the builder in Wilson, who had built the Wilson house, had. So I don't know if they were plans that the builder had, contracted with an architect to get, or if they were mail order plans. I don't know those details.
But I always thought curious about Tarboro is those paired columns on the porches all over the place. I'd love to know, and maybe somebody knows about that, but I don't. Very curious about it.
I know.
I figure there's somebody came up, somebody was generating those.
We don't
Craftsman of some sort of whatever.
we haven't seen the plans. We don't even know for sure how true to the plans the house ended up being. Although I suspect it was true to the plans because Mrs. Jarrett had seen the house elsewhere and wanted that house. So one would think that they didn't plan. But it's a great question. It's always so interesting to think about the houses and how their presence on the street are influencing everything else.
Well, my comment about the paired columns, though, that's a separate question. I would guess that some craftsman was doing that when he was generating them.
Yeah.
And it became popular, and that's why it's so distinctive in that community.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. One of the things that comes to mind, and I might have overlooked it, but as you're talking about the Perry House, you said B and C as criteria, and I would also say definitely A for social history because of what he was doing, what they were doing at the time. Would solidly put them at crosshairs with a lot of things that were going on. That's one. And two, I know the emphasis is on him, but if you can get more information about Mary Eliza, that would be helpful because we are always weighted heavily toward what are the men doing and the husbands, and we know the wives were busy and they may not have been busy in a way that could be readily seen. So the other place to find the information is in Black newspapers because they were commenting on both what the men and women and children were doing.
And what we found is Black newspapers across the country. Reporting on what's going on.
That's why, most definitely they were. And other print publications as you get later.
And it's important to note that the Perry's daughter, then she took over the school after her parents were no longer involved, and her husband became rector of St. Luke's. So they were sort of doing the same work as her parents are doing and carried on that work in Tarboro.
And it's in conversation with the work other Black Episcopalians are doing. So there's like that whole, that connection to St. Aug's, St. Augustine's is very interesting and worth noting as you look at who came out of St. Augustine's because of the Episcopal connection.
It's also important to note that if you're familiar with Tarboro, you might be familiar with Princeville across the river, which was Freedom Hill, but chartered in 1885 as Princeville, which was primarily a Black town. But Tarboro had a significant Black population, which was Panola Street, which is the north-south, was pretty much the dividing line, and everything east of Panola was the Black section. And that area of Tarboro has been decimated by flood, by
hurricanes, I'm sure.
yes, and somewhat well-meaning rehabilitation, which just took out. You go there now, and there are so many empty parcels where a community, a thriving community of professionals and working people lived, and that is just almost completely erased. But Tarboro's population throughout most of the 20th century is almost 40% African American, and so it's important to remember that it wasn't not all of the African Americans lived in Princeville, but they were living and working in Tarboro as well. So, and that's why we some of these buildings are, the Mathewson House, for example, is already in the district, but the history of Tarboro, as it's told now, it's not enough focus on Black history in Tarboro that these places need to be brought to light.
Thank you. All right. What is your pleasure for these two study lists?
I will move that we accept staff recommendations to put all of the Burke County and Edgecombe County properties on the study list.
Is there a second?
I second. Oh.
No, you go ahead. That's fine.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Ready? Okay, we're going to now take a quick 30-minute break and have lunch behind us. And we will convene at 1 o'clock to do the 16 other study lists. Valerie?
That's 12 nominations.
Yeah,
Cookies should do it.
The cookies should do it. You said 6 o'clock. More sugar needed.
Sorry, Hannah, but you cut your blood short.
And are you enjoying Asheville?
Love it. Yes, I'm very, very happy out there.
I'd be concerned if you have a different answer.
Yeah, right.
Okay, we're ready.
Are we waiting on anyone else or we're ready to go?
We're ready to go.
Okay, have a quorum.
David had to take a Zoom call. He will be back with that.
Okay.
We do have a quorum.
Wonderful. Okay, well, starting out the study list applications today for the central and southeastern region, I have Roberts Hall, located in southwest Guilford County in the city of High Point. Roberts Hall was the first building constructed on the campus of High Point College, now High Point University, and here's its location within the city. A portion of the campus was determined eligible for the National Register in 1989 and placed on the study list in 2001. High Point College was founded by the Methodist Protestant Church and opened in 1924. It was preceded by Yadkin College in nearby Davidson County, which was the first college founded by the Methodist Protestant Church in North Carolina. The Yadkin College Historic District, with boundaries shown here, was listed in 1988. The school opened in 1856, but by the 1890s became a private high school and eventually closed in 1924. In 1921, delegates at the Methodist Church voted to sponsor another college and selected High Point after the city offered 60 acres of land and $100,000 to build the school. Completed in 1924, Roberts Hall was designed in the colonial revival style by R.E. Mitchell of Washington, D.C. and Herbert B. Hunter of Burlington. The building contained all university operations beyond housing. 2 dormitories, shown here flanking Roberts Hall, were completed shortly after. Women's Hall, also known as McEwen Hall, is to the right, and McCullough Hall is to the left. McCullough Hall was demolished in the 1980s, and Women's Hall, or McEwen Hall, remains, but has large additions on the rear elevation, constructed sometime before 1974. It has also apparently undergone extensive interior renovations. Oops, this is moving forward without me pressing it. Okay, that's the slide I meant to show. The school struggled to stay open through the Depression, and the college filed for bankruptcy in 1934. After reorganization, the college's finances improved and several additional buildings were constructed. During World War II, the facilities were used for U.S. Army Air Force training. And after the war, the college had a massive uptick in enrollment. In 1951, it was fully accredited. The campus continued to grow today, and the university has approximately 120 buildings, 90 of which were constructed since 2005 on 430 acres. Roberts Hall remains prominently placed near the campus's main entrance and now houses administration offices. A comparison of a campus site plan from 1974, red star shows Roberts Hall, and now reveal that several new buildings and extensive landscaping have infilled open spaces in the historic campus core. The buildings highlighted in red appear on that 1974 site plan. So while we have not formally reevaluated the historic campus core recently for National Register potential, landscaping, infill, and other potential exterior changes present challenges to a successful listing of a district. However, the study list application we received is for the individual listing of Roberts Hall. So I will show you a tour around the building, but first I want to make note of a major renovation project that occurred in the early 1990s. An article shown here from the school newspaper says that exterior renovations include all woodwork, windows, the tower, the steeple, and the roof. And on the interior, the article says the first and third floors were redesigned, while the second floor was to remain essentially the same. So here is the front elevation, and a few changes of note. The asphalt shingles replaced the slate roof, and the bell tower was converted to a clock tower with some decorative details removed. Windows are either original or at least replicate the originals exactly. Here's the side elevation and the rear elevation. The interior has been very altered. Here are some historic images. This is right here, this is a lounge, and this is a classroom, of course. As you'll see in the interior photographs, most of the finishes are new and are characterized by carpeting, plaster outer walls with inner drywalled partitions, and acoustical tile drop ceilings. So plans from the 1990s renovation indicate that many interior spaces received new partitions, which I've highlighted in red. This is the first floor or the basement floor plan. The corridors in some rooms appear to have new partition walls. This is the second floor or the main entrance floor, which has relatively few newer partition walls. And then on the third floor, I actually didn't highlight all the partitions on this one because there are so many. From what I can tell, almost all of them are new partitions. All interior photos that I have are of the hallways and the lobbies. The applicant did not have access to the office spaces, but does not think that any historic classroom spaces are left in the building. So this shows the current reception desk, and here's a historic image of the same view. Here are some, here is the current, looking back out toward the front entrance in the lobby. And here are some typical hallway views on the first floor, the second floor, and the third floor. This is a stairwell and a typical view of a window. And the tower remains pretty intact. It was first used for the art department, but by the 40s became the drama department offices and a workshop. So at our staff review, staff could not come to a consensus about on the study list recommendation for this building. On the one hand, it's certainly an important historic building for the city of High Point. Its intact interior, Roberts Hall remains recognizable as the iconic original campus building, and does have significance in the area of education. On the other hand, with major alterations to the interior circulation patterns, floor plans, and finishes, some of our staff question whether it retained the necessary integrity to convey that significance for education. So I'm presenting this to you all without a recommendation either way for study list. But I did want to read something from the National Register Bulletin 15, how to apply the National Register criteria for evaluation. There's a section on how to evaluate the integrity of a property on the interior, and it says, some historic buildings are virtually defined by their exteriors, and their contribution to the built environment can be appreciated even if their interiors are not accessible. Examples of this would include early examples of steel-framed skyscraper construction. The great advance in American technology and engineering made by these buildings can be read from the outside. The change in American popular taste during the 19th century, from the symmetry and simplicity of architectural styles based on the classical precedents to the expressions of high Victorian styles with their combination of textures, colors, and asymmetrical forms, is readily apparent from the exteriors of these buildings. Other buildings are their interiors. The Cleveland Arcade, that soaring 19th century glass-covered shopping area, can only be appreciated from the inside. Other buildings in this category would be the great covered train sheds of the 19th century. In some cases, the loss of an interior will disqualify properties from listing in the National Register. A historic concert hall noted for the beauty of its auditorium and its fine acoustic qualities would be the type of property that, if it were to lose its interior, it would lose its value as a historic resource. In other cases, the overarching significance of a property's exterior can overcome the adverse effect of the loss of the interior. In borderline cases, particular attention is paid to the significance of the property and the remaining historic features. So that's what the bulletin says about interior integrity. So.
Do you guys have any discussion or questions?
Sure. So actually, sort of what you were just reading, I'm curious if if it's only gonna be considered for, let's say, an A criterion, where it's more of the, what it's meant to the history of the area, then does it still have to have the structural integrity? If you're not going with C, if it's not about the architecture, does the architecture still have to be intact for something like an A or a B?
I think that's where staff was having some struggle, trying to figure out where we could draw that line. You know, the fact that we don't know where the configuration of the original interiors, because we have not located earlier floor plans, we only have renovation floor plans. We don't know what the classrooms look like, what those spaces look like originally, and enough to even know how much they have changed. But we do know there are a lot of interior partitions and possibly some corridors that have shifted. So, you know, that's kind of what we were all struggling with as well in our conversation.
Well, a comment on that, the news clipping, the student newspaper, said that a lot of the changes have been made for purposes of accessibility. And do you all, when discussing interior integrity, give more leeway when changes have had to be made in order to bring something like a public building to that kind of code?
You know, that's a wonderful question. I don't know that that's something that, we did not talk about that necessarily at the staff review. That's certainly something that has to happen to allow, you know, everybody to be able to use a historic building. And I don't know how much of that change was necessarily in order to provide for accessibility or not. So
I would just say it, I wouldn't think it to be that excessive if it was being modified for accessibility.
So our question is, how much is too much? And because it is on a college campus, which you would automatically expect changes to be made to buildings, does that influence us?
Right, and I also wondered that this is only going to the study list. We're not discussing its NR. So, I mean, we can be a little bit more flexible with the study list, right?
Well,
They can't come off.
yeah, well, I will say too, study list does give a constituent or a property owner in the future sort of an idea that you felt comfortable with its path to the National Register. Is that fair to say, colleagues?
I have gotten spoiled by you all's pristine recommendation. So I'm really concerned about you all being a little concerned about it. So I would suggest that you all work that out. To us, you know, because you all are the experts there, you know.
Right.
But they told me that there was one property they could not agree on, and they have discussed it very much so.
Well, perhaps this will help. And again, this is, I think, in fairness to what all was discussed, that's why we have you. When it could go either way. But Hannah, maybe if you could bring up some of those earlier maps that show the growth of the campus. Right. Because to me, that's something that's very interesting as sort of the evolution of the campus. It started out as a relatively modest place that was subject to bankruptcy. And then in the last less than 2 decades, it has exploded expansion-wise beyond that original footprint. I think that's interesting that this was sort of here's where we got started. I don't know if that makes any sense to anyone of what I'm trying to articulate here, but it's sort of the origin building, correct? Is that fair to say? Yes.
But if I might offer a comment, even if whether we know or don't know about the interior, the exterior is so important to the campus. Sort of like a lighthouse.
Right,
You know, it's a beacon. My initial reaction is it probably has a good bit of importance just because of that. I might think that what they did on the interior, once I found out what was there before, was a terrible idea, and it might have been, but it still has a lot of importance as it is.
Right, the sort of identity of the
Yeah.
is what I was trying to suggest. Is there something you could work with there? I don't know.
I'd echo Mr. Opperman's comment, a couple of other things just for consideration for the group. If it was 1992 renovation, odds are it had demo plans, and if you can track down the architect, if it does make it to the study list, hopefully that information is available.
Right.
And the second thing that comes to mind, I think, germane to some of the conversations we've had, I think about textile mills that are converted to housing all the time that remain on the National Register. And that's a pretty substantial interior change because it has to do with the overall feel of the complex and what it represents.
And in this case, the changes are still in line with the original function versus, like you mentioned, changing it into housing or turning it into a grocery store.
And I would say just living on a campus that has this main iconic building, it is a touchstone, and that it's an expectation it's talking about the campus. I agree very much with what y'all are saying, but that is why I would say that it should remain on the study list and to signal to them that there is some value to keeping at least something as you're exploding, because it is, I mean, there's a temptation to say, okay, let's let it go all away. And I can imagine with it gone completely, this is the worst case scenario, you lose all of that history in that building's disappearance because it's not enough left.
I can't imagine Shaw without a state hall.
See, that's what I was picturing in my mind. So that seems that's similar at High Point.
Has the exterior of the building been changed except for the bell tower being changed into a clock tower?
Not very much from what I can tell. Any kind of rehabilitation that was done seems to be in keeping with, let me go to the before and after, in keeping with the original. You mentioned the roof. I think you said it went from slate to shingle, but you're right. That happens. But you can see here kind of the little balustrade here is missing. So that's another little change, but otherwise it definitely reads as the same building from the exterior.
Okay. I know that I said that we were going to vote on all of these together, but because there is no staff recommendation, I believe we need to vote on this separately. So I'm waiting for a motion from someone.
I would move to include Roberts Hall on the study list.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
All right, so my presentation is for the Harriet Tubman YWCA, which is located at 312 Umstead Street in the Hayti neighborhood of Durham. And this building was constructed in 1953. It replaced an early 20th century dwelling that had originally been the home of James M. Avery, the vice president of North Carolina Mutual, that began housing the operations of the YWCA in 1939. The Harriet Tubman branch of the YWCA existed from 1922 until the late 1970s, when, along with its white counterpart in Durham, it closed. This is the first and only building that was constructed specifically to house the Harriet Tubman branch. So for roughly 25 years, this building served as safe, respectable housing for single Black women, particularly those very young women who were graduating high school, often in rural parts of North Carolina, and moving to Durham for employment opportunities as nurses in factories or as domestic workers. The building also served as an epicenter for community organizing and uplift within the Black community, and organizations that included men and women met in the basement and on the first floor of this building. Notably, the young activist who staged the 1957 Royal Ice Cream Sit-In in Durham met in the basement of this building to organize the protest before they took communion where they went to the Royal Ice Cream Parlor to stage the sit-in. And 2 of the 7 participants, including Miss Virginia Williams, as well as Mary Clyburn, were residents of the Y at the time that the sit-in was staged. And here is this Miss Virginia Williams being interviewed about her participation in 2020 for Open Durham, or for Discover Durham. The YWCA is also significant slightly later in its history within the history of the feminist movement in Durham. And this is a newspaper article. It was just one of many examples that I found on newspaper.com from the latter 1970s, different events that were being put on here at the Y for women in the community, or about women's interests or women's artistic movements, in this case, the film festival. During the 1970s, the Y was home to the Women's Resource Center, the Battered Women's Coalition, the Rape Crisis Center, the Triangle Area Lesbian Feminist, and the local chapter of the National Organization for Women. And it also served as a resource center for women's medical issues and had a large lending library. So in 1976, Virginia Williams became the last resident to vacate the Y, surrendering the key to the new owners after 20 years of living there. And she was an anomaly in this sense because most women lived at the Y for a short time, but she was in residence for a very long time. Community meetings continued to happen here until at least 1978 based on meeting notices in the Durham newspapers, and a daycare center operated here in the 1990s, but it has been vacant since then. This is the original design for the Harriet Tubman Y. It called for a 6-bay, 3-story building, and an effort was made to raise $275,000 for its construction, but only $90,000 was obtained. So as a result, you can see that only 4 of those 6 bays were fully realized. And this 1-story portion of the building was added in 1960. It may have been that they discovered they didn't really need the full 6 bays of dormitory housing, but they did very much need the meeting space because the basement was being utilized as a meeting space. And it's not clear that that was really the original intention, was to have people in that service area. The second and third floors contained a total of 12 2-occupant rooms and shared bathrooms on the hallway. So for the last 30 years, the building has been vacant, and as a result, it is not in good condition, but it does retain a high degree of integrity outside of issues that have been caused by neglect. And we're going to walk around the building now. This, of course, is the primary elevation on Umstead Street. This is the rear. And then this is a closer look at the entrance, the primary entrance to the building. We're going to walk through. This is the lobby. You can see the desk, which was always supposed to be manned by someone, night or day. There's another look back at the same desk here in the corner towards the lobby. Here's some of the first floor meeting spaces. This is in the 1960s addition to the original building. And then here are some of the meeting rooms on the other side in the 50 portion of the building. And then we're looking at dorm rooms on either the second or third floor. You can see the 2 closets because double occupancy for all of these rooms. You can see here are the hallway bathrooms. And then the corridors are intact with all of the openings to the rooms and the bathrooms where they're supposed to be. And then here's the stairway from the basement going up to the first floor, and from the first floor going up to the second floor. So staff recommends adding the Harriet Tubman YWCA to the study list because of its apparent significance under criterion A in the areas of social history and ethnic heritage, and its relatively good integrity despite the condition and issues that are obvious in these photos. Thank you.
Question, do you know who owns the building now?
I believe Mitch Wilds may know the exact answer to that. I believe it's been bought by a redevelopment.
It's owned by a nonprofit housing group in Durham.
So the first property that I'm going to present to you in full disclosure, there was a a fire in the building. This was Tuesday night in the wee hour of 9 p.m. We've since received information from the applicant. The damage is not extensive, but a report has not been filed yet, but I can point out in my photographs where the fire was primarily contained. This is the Trevora and Voorhees Mills, located in Graham in Alamance County. Map. And so initially there were two separate buildings. The Voorhees Mill is on the left, and the Trevora Mill building is on the right. They both were constructed though in 1902 and enlarged at various stages through 1969. They both display similar structural systems and finishes. Thus, for the purposes of the study list application, a general overview of character-defining features follows. The complex's evolution is explained in the historical background and narrative and illustrated with a site plan and historic images. The mills are referred to by their original names in the description, although they collectively functioned as, and it's a mouthful, the Trevora Manufacturing Company Plant, Cannon Mills Company Plant number 14 for most of the 20th century. So I will condense that for the purposes of time and breath on my part. Located northeast of Graham's Commercial Center, just south of the Southern Railway Complex. Try to get to some, so here's some initial historic photograph. Sorry, located northeast of Graham's Commercial Center, just south of the Southern Railway Corridor, the Trevora Manufacturing Company plant occupies an approximately 11.6 acre tax parcel on East Parker Street's north side. The complex gradually increased in size during the 20th century as buildings and additions were constructed to facilitate its operation. The plant fills most of the block bounded by Pomeroy Street to the west, Cannon Street to the north, White Street to the east, and East Parker Street to the south. And this Sanborn map shows that the complex as it, I guess, relatively is today. So there's, again, Voorhees, the original Voorhees Mill in the upper left corner. And this is the bulk of Trevora. But there's these residential, the D stands for dwelling on Sanborn maps. So it's, it's kind of in the middle of a residential area. The combined resource summary shown on the Sanborn maps in this presentation and the contemporary site plan are as follows. Trevora Manufacturing Company plant, Cannon Mills Company plant number 14, a cotton warehouse dating to 1902, a warehouse dating likely to the 19 teens, a cotton warehouse and opening room, and I believe this was where the most extensive damage had occurred, and possibly this cotton warehouse dating from 1902, but the structures had already been compromised to a pretty heavy degree. There's a warehouse from the 1950s, an office built between 1924 and 1931, a workshop, two mid-20th century fuel shelters, the Voorhees Manufacturing Company, Cannon Mills Company, the Voorhees Mill, again, it's in the upper left corner. The picker room, which is hard to find. Here on the left, and then another warehouse, which is just to the south of the picker room, dates the late 20th century. So the 1902 mills have very low-pitched gable roofs and red brick walls executed in 5-to-1 common bond with double header core segmental arched window and door lintels. Shaped heavy timber rafter ends are exposed on the north and south elevations of Voorhees Mill and the north elevation of Trevora Mill. Tall multi-pane double hung wood sash windows initially provided ample light. Although the majority of 1902 window openings were enclosed with brick in conjunction with humidification and HVAC system installation or encapsulated within additions, original opening size, shape, quantity, and rhythm are clearly discernible. Some original windows remain on the first story of Trevora Mill's 1902 south elevation, now an interior wall. You can kind of see in the photo in the upper right corner. The stair tower, which has been kind of encapsulated by other modern additions. You can also see original windows there. Voorhees Mill featured a central hip-roofed monitor with long bands of windows that has since been removed. All exterior 1902 doors have been replaced. 1939 west addition to Voorhees Mill. Sorry, this is the interior of Trevora. Kind of like Audrey was describing earlier with the hosiery mills. Very typical large post and beam construction. You see some beaded boards surrounding the staircase there in the upper left and on the wall cladding in the middle. And there's your large segmental arched opening. Of course, the steel I-beams were, I guess, added at some point. I don't know if the application went into that detail. The plants, open plans facilitated fabric production, finishing, storage, and shipping. Structural elements are exposed and painted throughout the buildings. Historic single and double leaf wood and steel doors hang in many interior doorways. Calamine doors, the steel fire doors. Leave there in the next slide. The slide on steel tracks and are held open by weighted pulleys remain between most production and storage areas. Cannon Mills installed humidification and HVAC systems during the late 60s. Fluorescent lights, sprinkler system pipes, equipment pipes, and rigid metal ventilation system ductwork are suspended from the ceilings. Surface-mounted metal conduit houses electrical wiring. In the 1902 mills, heavy timber beams and chamfered posts support wide flushboard ceiling and roof decking. Supplementary steel I-beams and posts have been installed as needed. The wood floor system consists of thick plank decking, a diagonal board middle layer, and a tongue and groove hardwood top layer. At Trevora Mill, the original wood stair in the south floor-level tower features robust chamfered newels and vertical board railings. A wood interior handrail was added in the mid-20th century. A similar stair is located in the northwest top corner of the two-story 1907 picker room. Mid-20th century additions have steel I-beam and post-structural systems, hardwood or concrete floors, and wide flushboard sheathing, ceiling, and roof decking. Oversized rectangular beige ceramic tiles sheathe some walls of Trevora Mill's 1968 addition, as well as the lower portions of all 1960 restroom walls. Voorhees Mill's South 1967 warehouse addition has corrugated metal roof decking. So let's just get caught up on some of the images here. These are some of the support structures. Here's the workshop, office. Obviously, y'all can read the captions there, but there's some nice architectural detail and the office in the entrance to the office with those knee brackets. And this is the Voorhees Mill. And clearly the modern additions with the windowless spans of brick are clearly evident. And this is again inside of the Voorhees Mill, pretty much the same interior finishes and layout. Got ahead of myself there. The statement of significance for this particular property, the textile industry was paramount in Alamance County from the late 19th to the late 20th century. In Graham, the county seat, cotton textile production commenced in the mid-1880s at Sydney and Oneida Mills. As the industry burgeoned during the early 20th century, neighboring cotton mills were erected in 1902 for Trevora and Voorhees manufacturing companies northeast of town near the railroad. Those complexes, expanded through 1969 to serve as Cannon Mills Plant Number 14, are eligible for the National Register of Historic Places under Criterion A in the context of local industry, significant as part of a finite class of resources which had an outsized impact on Graham's economy and physical growth during the 20th century. Trevor Manufacturing Company, its successor entity Trevor Textiles, Inc., and Cannon Mills were among Graham's largest employers, consumers of local goods and services and taxpayers. The plant was the only cotton textile manufacturer in Graham after Oneida Mill ceased production in the late 1930s. The period of significance begins in 1902, the date of construction, and continues through 1972. Although the plant's industrial function continued after that date, that period is not of exceptional significance. So I will keep going on. That's our.
What is the staff's recommendation for this one?
Okay.
No.
We go with the consultant's recommendation that it is eligible for placement on the study list.
All right. Let's go to the next one, please.
Okay. This is the RJ Reynolds Tobacco Storage Warehouse in Winston-Salem in Forsyth County. It's a map with the red pen indicating it's kind of the north part of the city, sitting just west of 52. There's an overhead aerial. And there it's shown on the 1917 Sanborn. It's constructed circa 1920. The RJ Reynolds Tobacco Warehouse functioned as a storage facility for tobacco bales. Situated to the east by two intersecting rail lines, the warehouse is one of a few remaining industrial buildings in the predominantly African-American community of Northeast Winston-Salem, locally referred to as North Winston. The H-shaped warehouse sits on its original footprint, retains its original orientation, and remains in good condition. Of architectural interest is the stepped west elevation, which was designed in this manner to accommodate the neighboring railroad tracks. I kind of use that large gray arrow to point that out. Here's some outside photographs. Architectural interest, I think I'm repeating myself, is the stepped west elevation, which this was designed to, sorry. Historic building materials used throughout the 70,000 square foot building include exterior brick walls, wood ceilings, wood support beams, sliding fire doors on steel tracks, and corrugated metal siding that supports a flat roof. The interior remains largely nearly unchanged from RJR's 50-year ownership since the building's inception. Like other downtown Winston-Salem tobacco factories that are already listed in the National Register, the Leaf Warehouse retains open interiors with evenly spaced columns throughout. Multi-pane windows and skylights flood the interior with natural light, and pendant fixtures provide man-made illumination. The only interior change is limited to some small frame partition walls. Added in the 1990s, these walls were designed to create smaller interior spaces, likely during the occupancy of the second owner. So these are the elevation that it fronts 25th Street. There's the west elevation along the tracks. There's a little office. And the north elevation in the upper left corner is all corrugated steel, and it fronts 27th Street, East 27th. And again, here's some of the interior finishes. As early as 1891, R.J. Reynolds, along with other company officers of the North Winston Development Company, purchased approximately 200 acres of land north of the Winston municipal limit along the Richmond and Danville and the Roanoke and Southern Railroad tracks, including this parcel. Development of the land was intended to be swift and enterprising, bringing a passenger station and other commercial entities to town. Following the death of R.J. Reynolds in 1918, company morale declined. RJR's successor, his brother William M. Reynolds, and other members of senior management implemented a series of policy changes that stalled social welfare reform for employees. The circa 1920 RJR warehouse embodies the post-World War I era as RJ Reynolds Tobacco Company began to decentralize its operation from downtown Winston-Salem to the growing industrial center in North Winston. The property's significance lies in its role in the broad pattern of commercial railway transportation, as well as tobacco distribution within North Carolina and beyond. Further research may yield National Register significance for broad patterns of social history within the African American community. During its nascent period, the company required a labor force that was able to keep pace with production demands. Black workers who were heading north to escape racial discrimination toward large industrial centers during the Great Migration were recruited by RJR. They even offered Black World War I veterans relocation assistance. The areas surrounding the RJR tobacco leaf storage warehouse present a mix of commercial, industrial, and residential development. This part of Winston-Salem that immediately surrounds the warehouse has experienced a decline in industrial buildings complex on the same scale from this era. Development to the northeast and northwest, bifurcated by US 52, mixed industrial and commercial. Beyond the extant railroad tracks, the west and to the southwest have a similar makeup of light industrial buildings and commercial enterprises. The area to the east and southeast is almost entirely residential in character. Based on the site of this application and an HPS staff site visit, the RJR Reynolds Tobacco Storage Warehouse retains sufficient integrity and possesses local significance. The warehouse is eligible for inclusion in the National Register under Criterion A for industry and perhaps ethnic history, African American, pending additional research. Staff recommends that the building be added to the North Carolina study list. Moving on to Moore County, the West Southern Pines School star indicates where it is in Southern Pines. And so those footprints are basically all the different classroom buildings, gymnasium, auditorium, cafeteria. The former West Southern Pines School occupies a 9.44 acre tract in Southern Pines. The campus is bound by South Pine Street to the north, West New York Avenue to the east, South Carlisle Street to the south, and West Indiana Avenue to the west. The campus is aligned with the street grid, which is rotated approximately 30 degrees from true north-south orientation. 11 buildings span the block. 6 classroom buildings and the cafeteria are located on the west side of the service road that bisects the campus. The gymnasium, auditorium, administration building, and library, and a classroom building are east of the service road. Concrete walks and flat roof breezeways connect buildings. Site elevation decreases to the south and west. The 10 flat roofed brick veneered buildings on the West Southern Pines campus, and I apologize, I compressed this and I think that kind of mixed up some of my order of my slides, but at any rate, this is a current site plan of the buildings that currently sit on the campus. The 10 flat roofed brick veneered buildings on the West Southern Pines campus, designed by Southern Pines architect Thomas T. Hayes Jr. and Associates and its successor firms, epitomize the functional modernism often manifested in mid-20th century educational buildings. Veneer is pressed red brick, except for the cafeteria south elevation, knee walls on its other elevations, and knee walls on the outer non-courtyard facing elevations of the 1955 to 1958 classroom buildings. You can kind of see the dates with the arrows, or the dates are in parentheses to the classrooms that are in the lower left corner. Large steel frame windows and curtain walls enhance visual connectivity between interior and exterior spaces and provide ample light and ventilation. Steel, concrete, and precast formed and slab concrete structural systems exposed on the interior allow for expansive open areas in the auditorium, gymnasium, and cafeteria. Pragmatic and resilient interior finishes include painted concrete block walls, acoustical tile ceilings, and terrazzo and ceramic tile and vinyl composition tile floors. Glazed ceramic tile wainscoting provides a durable, hygienic surface in corridors, restrooms, and the cafeteria and kitchen. Aluminum trimmed chalk and bulletin boards, built-in cabinets and bookshelves, and flat panel wood veneered doors with glazed upper sections are intact. The 1950 gymnasium is characterized by painted concrete block walls, a hardwood floor, and exposed steel roof trusses. Insulated ceiling panels above the trusses ameliorate noise during athletic events. The 1966 auditorium has painted concrete block walls, acoustical ceiling panels, and steel frame wood seats that fill a wide central section flanked by 2 wide aisles and 2 narrow outer sections. Wood steps at either end of the stage lead to the hardwood platform. Velvet curtains are suspended from the ceiling on steel rods. So with all that, let's take a look at some of these buildings. This is the latest building to be added to the campus, 1988. But this is what the majority of the classroom buildings look like. All those ribbon windows provided ample light. They're operable to provide ventilation. Much along, that movement started in the 1920s with the open air movement with consolidation schools. So this is the cafeteria. Here's the gymnasium. And I tried to get really snazzy with my photographs here, but on the left, I know, epic fail. There's a classroom building on the left, which connects to the administration building, and then up the stairs is the library. And here's the auditorium. And then now, and I apologize for making you seasick, but I really need to go back to this Rosenwald. Okay, so West Southern Pines School possesses significance at the local level under Criterion A in the area of education and Criterion C for architecture. The historically African-American campus grew from a 2-story 1925 brick school that is no longer extant. The school fronted West New York Avenue to an 11 building, and it grew to an 11 building complex occupying a 9.44 acre tract. The 1925 school was built on land purchased by Black citizens of West Southern Pines, an independently incorporated Black municipality from 1923 until 1931. African-American residents raised $6,000. White citizens donated $3,000. The Rosenwald Fund contributed $1,500. And the State Literary Fund provided $34,500 to subsidize the school's construction. The buildings erected from 1955 through 1966 represent the Southern Pines Board of Education's efforts to equalize rather than integrate its Black and white campuses. Southern Pines architect Thomas T. Hayes Jr., one of the first graduates of the newly created North Carolina State College School of Design, espoused the modernist design principles promoted by faculty members. His namesake firm and its successors designed the buildings in an economical manner that allowed for rapid construction, flexible use, and future expansion. The campus exemplifies the North Carolina Department of Education's initiative to supply students with spacious, well-ventilated, and amply lit instructional areas. The modernist buildings are characterized by a flat-roofed, angular form, horizontal massing, and tall rectangular steel frame windows and curtain walls. The The classroom additions accommodated changing additional curricula and increased enrollment. The kitchen supplied sanitary food service facilities, while the cafeteria provided a spacious venue for meals. The auditorium and gymnasium host myriad cultural and athletic events and serve as community gathering places. The campus is one of the most intact mid-20th century educational facilities in Moore County. West Southern Pines School became Southern Pines Elementary School when the Moore County Board of Education's integration plan was fully implemented in the fall of 1969. The campus operated as Southern Pines Primary School from fall 2001 until December 31st, 2020. The period of significance begins in 1950 when the gymnasium was placed into service and ends in 1973. The school's function after 1973 is not of exceptional significance. And staff support the consultant's recommendation for placement on the state study list.
If I could, excuse me, period of significance up to the 1973, but integration was in 69. Is there a reason why we're?
Oh, you say 69?
That's when Moore County finally implemented their plan.
So I'm just curious if the significant period of significance shouldn't end in 1969 when the integration occurred.
Well, may I add one thing to Jeff's presentation? It might help answer that question. I think some of you who might know Moore County, West Southern Pines was its own incorporated town. And there was something that happened, very positive, I would say, its charter went away and it was subsumed within Southern Pines. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
West Southern Pines was an African-American town.
Exactly.
And it's
So
still,
there's more to this picture, I
Okay.
suppose. too.
yeah, and it's still an African-American community. And so there's considerable interest in maintaining that presence in Moore County, which is partly why they want to do the study. And the reclaiming of property that that Black community originally owned. So it's still kind of going on, but if we go up to 73, it helps capture some of that tension.
I believe it, I don't want to say it was a hostile takeover, but it was not.
There was something not,
It was hostile.
Okay, yeah, I didn't,
I'm sorry, it was hostile.
it was, but yeah, I mean.
part of it was a utility.
That was the water supply thing.
Among other things.
Okay, I'm not gonna get into the whole with water and.
Well, yeah, so but there's a bigger picture here. It was not just, oh, this was this, but there's a much bigger story, is what I want to share.
Are there any other questions? We move on.
Move on, Ms. Snowden.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are the Yadkin Road markers. These are a series of 4 markers that span, I'm not really sure of the distance, but they're a series of discontiguous markers placed along US 211 and US 1 between Southern Pines, what is now Southern Pines, and Pinehurst. The Yadkin Road markers are a group of cast concrete markers located at discontiguous points along US 1 and North Carolina 211 between Pinehurst and Southern Pines. Disheartened by lack of local interest in local history by the area's young men, 3 local men decided that the oldest road in the region, the Yadkin Road, would reignite such interest. James A. Wicker, on the left, son of noted Moore County historian R.E. Wicker, Leonard Tufts, on the right, son of Pinehurst founder, and James McNeil Johnson, who apparently didn't like to be photographed. He was Aberdeen's, I don't know if he was their official historian, but so says the internet. He crafted the design, and they all 3 crafted the design and inscription for the group of what was originally 5 markers. Erected in 1927, each marker measures 4 by 5 feet square with a narrow crest along the top edge. That's down in the lower left corner. There's the markers bear the following inscription about the Yadkin Road, said to be a buffalo trail connecting the upper Yadkin pastures with those of the lower Cape Fear, used in colonial days by immigrants passing westward through the Revolution by Cornwallis and during the Civil War by Sherman troops. The markers were permanently situated in the North Carolina right-of-way at the time of their installation. During construction of US 1, one of the markers was removed from its original location, set aside, but has never been found. Today, the markers remain a point of local interest, and the naturalized areas immediately around the markers are maintained as needed by local service groups. And we'll just kind of go through each marker. They're identical, basically. Some show more wear than others. That's where the missing marker was allegedly located. You can kind of see the exposed rebar along the lower edge on the photo on the right, on the left. So these last two markers are where it gets interesting. In 2000, the North Carolina Department of Transportation documented two of the markers as part of a road widening project, US 211. The DOT recommended the two markers as eligible for the National Register under Criterion A, as they illustrate the national trend centered on the sesquicentennial celebrations of 1926 to commemorate places of interest. Despite this recommendation, the consultant's evaluation was not complete. An area of significance was not selected, nor did the evaluation state if the markers met criteria consideration F for commemorative properties. Properties that are commemorative in nature are not typically eligible for the National Register unless they meet that criteria consideration. According to National Register Bulletin 15, how to apply the National Register criteria for evaluation, by definition, commemorative properties are designed or constructed after the occurrence of an important event or after the life of an important person. They are not directly associated with the event or with the person's productive life, but serve as evidence of a later generation's assessment of the past. Their significance comes from their value as cultural expression of the date of their creation, which again was 1927. Therefore, a commemorative property generally must possess significance based on its own value, not the value of the event or person memorialized. And I know that the road, the Yadkin Road, is not an event or a person, so we're kind of just extrapolating from the definitions used in the bulletin. Commemorative properties can meet criteria consideration F if it derives its design from the aesthetic values of the period of its creation. The Yadkin Road markers do not exhibit a strong design aesthetic representative of the first quarter of the 20th century, which you were seeing, I mean, from an architectural standpoint, you were seeing a lot of arts and crafts, a lot of Art Nouveau, and a lot of, I guess, revival styles, maybe on the cusp of revival styles. Secondly, commemorative property cannot qualify for association with the event or person it memorializes. A commemorative property may, however, acquire significance after the time of its creation through age, tradition, or symbolic value. While the markers are nearly 100 years old, they have not gained a century tradition during that period of time, nor have the markers become an example of the value placed upon the Yadkin Road itself. Which I should mention, the Yadkin Road has been realigned, hard surfaced, and altered in other ways since 1927. A search of our architectural database resulted in approximately 40 properties classified as markers. Of those, most identify specific properties, for example, private homes, church, or events such as World War I. There are the most similar markers delineate the Boone Trail in Davie County, and the Boone Trail Highway in Forsyth County, the Henry Cheatham Highway in Granville County, and the Old Hickory Highway in Wake County. A couple of those have been determined eligible, but the computers were not functioning when I went down at lunch, so I could not figure out dates or any other details. But to kind of dig a little deeper, just to make sure I wasn't missing anything, staff inquired. We have a national coordinators listserv. So I kind of put a question out to the other coordinators across the country if they had similar or just markers in general that had been put on the National Register, and under which criteria, which area of significance, and how they met criteria consideration. Chipos from Virginia, Texas, and the District of Columbia responded to the inquiry. The markers in Texas commemorated events, places, and people deemed significant at the time of the 1936 Texas Centennial. In addition to properties for people, places, and events, commemorative stone markers delineate the Jefferson Davis Highway, which stretches from Arlington, Virginia to San Diego, California. So, and those markers exhibit a high degree of craftsmanship and design using granite stone with plaques embedded within the stone. And they're pretty monumental, stand, like 4 feet, I think, at the minimum. So with that, staff does not recommend placing the Yadkin Road markers on the study list.
And Jeff, just if I can add, we also checked the National Register database that's out there and didn't come up with much beyond what your colleagues mentioned.
I'm going to follow Matt's lead. Bear with me 1 second. Or breaking the end.
Seriously, same here.
Thank you. We'll all suffer together. My last property is the Strebe Congregational United Church of Christ, located outside of Asheboro proper in Randolph County. This is a really, it's situated at the top of a gentle slope at the terminus of Strebe Church Road. The Strebe Congregational United Church of Christ is the second sanctuary to sit on this location. Completed in 1972, the church is constructed in the mid-century modern movement with contemporary style finishes and features. Moderately pitched front gable roof is clad with asphalt shingles. The roof flares at the wall junction, and its pitch allows for deep overhanging eaves, typical of the architectural style. Built atop a concrete slab, projecting pilasters frame the stained glass windows on the west, south, and east elevations. A bell tower comprised of 3 vertical projections with a gabled top, with structural cross-tie members, is attached to the southeast corner of the church. It contains the bell from the original frame church. So Strebe has a really interesting history. Its congregation was founded, this is all kind of aside from the architectural significance, but I did want to include this information. Strebe was part of a broader historical trend of African-American church building in the former slaveholding states during Reconstruction. The original log and frame church, built in 1880, is no longer extant. I'm sorry. So this is kind of an overview shot showing just how rural this church is in its setting. It's quite, well, bucolic would be the right word, but it's right near the Uwharrie National Forest. It's very quiet, very peaceful. So maybe bucolic. Anyway, here's a closer shot, and you can see that there's a church cemetery here, and there's the church. And just as an aside, believe it or not, there's another house here, and Ramona and Brett Stern, one of our restoration specialists, and I conducted a site visit back in the summer, and so I'm going to document that after today to our database. The original log and frame church seen here was built in 1880, and as you can see in the photo on the right, it's no longer extant. It was condemned and subsequently demolished in 1970. So this is the beginning of the 1972 congregation in the photo on the right. And this is that's the south elevation with the bell tower. There was a local builder, a local designer, and they used local materials to construct the church. Kate Lassiter Jones was the person who came up with the design. And this is Cynthia and Jennifer use the term window wall, which is, I don't know if this qualifies as a window wall per se, but it's a very commonly seen feature in contemporary architecture. I would think that in order to call it a window wall, you would see these spaces in glass as well, and probably closer to the entrance rather than the gable end. But anyway, I'm highlighting the stained glass and the figure of Jesus Christ was to look like an African-American Jesus. Is that correct? Okay.
And it's above the altar.
It does sit above the altar. Yeah, this is the end of the church where the pulpit is. That's just kind of repeating what I said. There's a close-up of the bell tower, which I think it's a very interesting interpretation. The single pedestrian door on the photo on the right leads into the pastor's office. And there's a cornerstone, which you can see here. And this is the fellowship hall on the northern end. That was constructed in 1982. And this is the interior of the church, the exposed beams. And there is nothing above those acoustical ceiling tiles other than just like roof decking. So apparently they are original. And that's some additional stained glass around a double leaf entry surrounding. That's more or less the parishioners' entrance into the church. And again, that's a close-up of the pastor's office. And also, this is the church cemetery. So just to kind of conclude, churches such as Strebe also served as springboards for the establishment of other institutions, including cemeteries and schools. Strebe Church, School, and Cemetery sits on 6 acres of land bought in 1880. The first frame church, school building was completed in October 1880. A separate school building was constructed in 1891 and expanded in 1905. However, it was razed sometime after Strebe School was consolidated with 2 other schools sometime in the 1930s. I searched our database, and there's the only other comparable African-American church in Randolph County. Well, it's not even comparable. Architecturally speaking, it's Salem Church and Cemetery, and the applicant described Salem as the sister church to Strebe. Salem would hold their homecoming one weekend, and Strebe would hold theirs the next, and they would both congregations would attend each other's homecomings. Typically, churches are not eligible for listing on the National Register unless they meet criteria consideration A, religious properties. And there's a couple ways to meet that. Under design is the main one. And I certainly think that this is, there's nothing comparable in the area. And so it's a great example of the architectural style. There's another way, and this will require a little bit more study on perhaps the applicant, her part, but historical persons, and Reverend Isley Walden founded this church, and he was a Black poet and congregational minister, educated at Howard, as well as the New Brunswick Theological Seminary. He paid for his education through his works, through his written works. So he's certainly an interesting historical figure. All the events that lead up to 1972, because that 1880 structure no longer stands, does not qualify or does not help qualify the building to meet the criteria. So, but it is architecturally significant, and staff recommends placement on the state study list.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. At this point, we're going to vote on the ones we've seen right now, and then I'm going to give you a short break. All right, do I have your motion?
Discussion.
The motion would have to be to accept staff recommendations, because all of them, the staff recommended for the study list, except for the Yadkin Road markers.
I move that we accept staff recommendations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, you may have a 5-minute break.
Let me get you a bell.
Little fire.
Only 5 minutes, I know, and I realized what I had done, and I counted.
It does.
I don't know if
I was
I can
there's
use
something
the
more thought
refrigerator.
20 minutes ago.
From the web. Make sure you put this where you can see it, and you put all of these forms signed in the box on the table as you leave.
Okay.
All right, okay, we're ready.
All right, we're gonna come back together here with Lincoln Park. We are located in Davidson County here, right kind of in the heart of the Piedmont, and in Lexington. And here you can see kind of shaded in Lincoln Park, is kind of fan shaped, and we're basically directly south of downtown Lexington.
Yeah.
This is an aerial view of the place we're going to be talking about from about 1941, and you can see lots of farmland. And there's sort of a rough approximation of where Lincoln Park ends up. This is the plat from 1950, and you can see that the owner's name, his name is Joe White. He seems to have owned a fairly large farm that he started subdividing. And according to longtime residents, he intentionally wanted to sell to Black homeowners. And that's the applicant grew up in the neighborhood, and her parents built a house there, and she has spoken with a number of elderly neighbors. And when I went on the site visit, I got to meet one member of a group of centenarians, I guess you would say, siblings. They're all right about in their early hundreds. It was really remarkable. And so I've turned it the plat sideways here and overlaid it with the existing map. So this line is showing you where there's a current road, a modern road called Talbert Boulevard. Talbert must have been planned already by the time this was platted, because it was platted in 1950, and Talbert shows up on aerial photographs by 1955. And it's sort of a, I'm guessing by looking at where Talbot goes and how it travels along the southern side of downtown Lexington, that it's an urban renewal project, but I don't know that for sure. And you can see here the slightly darker yellow lots are the lots that really totally took out. And then along South Church Street, those lots are still there. They still exist, but no one ever built on them. And I assume that's because of the right of way coming through. And then across the road, and this doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, but I noticed it says Colored Cemetery on the plat. And that is now owned by the city of Lexington. And it's sort of a like a mechanical shop, it looks like, for some of their city trucks and things like that. And it looks like they, as far as I can tell, they've relocated, disinterred and relocated that cemetery, but I'm not exactly sure where. So this is a 1955 aerial, and you can see that curving road, that's Talbert Boulevard. And then also you can see that Lincoln Park is well under construction. So all these streets here, there's lots of houses along them, and the church is already there. So it's already well underway. So Lincoln Park is the first Black subdivision in Lexington. Residents and owners were educators, veterans, and other professionals. It was the Black neighborhood in Lexington. The town's first Black city council member, Arnetta Beverly, lived here, as did the town's only and possibly Davidson County's only congressional gold medal recipient, a man named L.M. Lockhart, who was one of the Montford Point Marines. This neighborhood is also home to the county's first and only Black American Legion post, the Banks Miller Post 255. And all of that sort of collectively indicates or gives you a sense of the neighborhood's high profile as an important Black neighborhood. And sort of to further that indication, rumors spread in the 1960s that the Klan was going to actually come destroy this neighborhood. Families hid in basements and took shelter in other places, while some residents stayed and awaited the confrontation. But luckily, the Klan did not ever actually show up. The neighborhood today contains a collection of modest 1950s homes. Many houses have been covered with vinyl siding and have replacement windows, but the streetscapes remain remarkably intact. The neighborhood appears to have been built out pretty quickly, reflecting pent-up demand and newfound post-war prosperity. Few houses have had additions of any kind, and particularly when we're looking at kind of these immediate post-war neighborhoods, you often see lots of garages or carports that are enclosed. There are actually very few garages and carports here, and so you don't see that enclosure. The houses, in terms of fenestration and just the overall collection of houses, really hasn't changed very much. So it's I think it's a fairly plain neighborhood, but again, streetscape wise and collectively really intact. This is one of the few homes that has been really severely altered and could not contribute to a district's historic character. And I'm showing you that because it is one of the few, and really one of the only other ones is uphill behind it. And you can see it had a full second story added to it. The church was built in the early 1950s, and my sense is that it has been altered, but I might just be being visually overwhelmed by the blue roof. But it's a little difficult. I'm not sure what kind of changes might have happened to the church. And then this is the Banks Miller Post 255. And this is right on Talbot. That's Talbot Boulevard to the right. That's one of the few, it's really the only thing that was built really close to that road. So while the neighborhood's individual resources lack architectural significance, as a collection, the subdivision easily conveys its significance as an African-American post-war neighborhood notable in Lexington's history. So the likely period of significance will be 1950 to probably to 72 to the cutoff, the 50-year cutoff. Any questions, or shall I continue? Great. Moving on, the Theo Fulton House, which this is a great picture, by the way. They got their guns, they got their bicycles, they got grandma, they got kids. This is in Forsyth County. And this is a site plan showing you a house, the house at the bottom, and then a barn, a tobacco barn that's in the trees, and a second tobacco barn. And I only have photographs of one of the tobacco barns, but we'll see that. So the Theo Fulton House is brought to us by the owner, who's a descendant, and she's doing a really careful restoration and doing some rehab work on the house. You can see in a side-by-side comparison that it's undergone some changes. And we'll cover that, but just, you know, the windows are different and a different size, and obviously the porch is different. I think you can see a transom in the older photograph that is not in the current picture. So Fuel Fulton was born in 1835, and he moved to this location with his parents, probably in childhood. This is a floor plan of the house as it exists now. So the Fultons occupied or built a hall parlor house with a porch, probably in the 1850s. Mitch Wilds has made a site visit here and found some screws that suggest a date after 1846, which when I look at the doors and some other things that are left, all combines to make me think 1850s. Fuel Fulton served in the Confederate Army, and after his discharge in 1865, he married Lucy Waddell. And I think probably Lucy and Fuel built the front part of the house, the I house, probably around 1880, which is when he inherited the house or bought it out of his parents' estate. He and Lucy had 9 children, so they definitely needed some extra space. The family farmed tobacco both before and after the Civil War. In the 1920s, by the 1920s, Fuel and Lucy's daughter, Ida, and her husband, William Strader, owned the house. And they updated the house in the 1920s with some colonial revival elements. They added the colonial revival front portico. They added double French doors inside and a French door leading to a side porch. And they also added the side porch. And I believe that's when they changed out the windows from the more narrow 4/4 to a little bit wider 6/6. So now we'll go around the outside of the house. We'll also move through the seasons and back through the seasons. This is a good look at that 1850 hall 55 or so hall parlor portion in the back. And then back to the front. Moving inside, in the left-hand photograph, you can see a French front door and then double French doors on the right-hand side of that hallway. That's the staircase has just been painted around the runner. Here's an assortment of doors. So on the right hand image is an 1850s Greek revival door. And then on the left, you have a combination of probably an 1880s 4-panel door and then the multi-panel 1920s door. A couple of different mantelpiece varieties. The one on the right is in the rear portion and the one on the left is in the front portion. And some other very simple post and lintel mantelpieces. And then outside, I have a photograph of one of the tobacco barns. One of them is less altered, and then we have this one. But this one's the only one I have a picture of. Like I said, it does retain a couple of two tobacco barns and one just sort of generic barn. But the absence of the surrounding fields means that agriculture is not really a viable area of significance. And the outbuilding collections just aren't particularly notable. The changes to the house, while historic and occurring over time historically, except for the vinyl siding that's on the exterior now, those changes aren't really architecturally significant, and they leave the house as a mix of eras and styles, but without the architectural significance that the National Register is really looking for. So staff does not recommend listing or study listings for the Fuel Fulton house. We looked hard for a path forward, but we couldn't find it. Any questions on that one? Palmerville. Palmerville is located in Stanly County. It's right on, or just a little bit north of Baden. And Palmerville encompasses 18 primary resources along both sides of Palmerville Road. The road is paved, but there's no curb and gutter or sidewalks. Lot sizes, building setback, building sizes, and architectural styles vary greatly, reflecting the lengthy development history of Palmerville. Palmerville was added to the study list in 1990, and normally when places that were put on the study list more than just a few years ago come to us for a National Register, potential, we usually just ask for some photographs and ask some questions to make sure nothing has changed since study listing. In the case of Palmerville, I looked at Street View a little bit, and I kind of thought, oh, and then I made a site visit, and it really hasn't changed much since 1990. But what was the place significant for? That was not very apparent in a site visit and in talking to the folks who were interested in National Register. So because the area of significance wasn't really readily apparent, I recommended that the folks who were interested in the nomination actually undertake a new study list application to kind of get some more, just get better feedback. So the group hired a consultant who did a very good job documenting Palmerville's development and dividing that history into eras and discussing the architecture from each era. The first period is what they called early Palmerville, which runs from 1877 to 1897 and begins with the establishment of Palmerville School. The area was named for a local family, the Palmers, and most people in the community were farmers at that time. 6 buildings remain from this early period, and potential areas of significance for the time might include architecture, education, or agriculture. However, all but one house has been altered so that the architecture argument is not really a viable area of significance. The school has been demolished, so education is not a viable area of significance, and the buildings and fields that would support an argument for agricultural significance are gone. The next period of time is the boom era from 1898 to 1911. This is when the community prospered from construction work happening on the Whitney Dam on the Yadkin River. That project, however, ultimately failed and the dam was abandoned. But during this window of time, Palmerville flourished with 20 businesses that included a grocery store, furniture and undertaker's business, a general store, blacksmith, wagon shop, a roller mill. They had 2 doctors, 2 schools, and 2 churches, a drugstore, and a livery stable. But today, only 1 house and 1 really highly altered store building remain from that time period. So early 20th century Palmerville extends from 1911 to 1941. During this time, Baden emerged as a center of commerce. Baden was formed to support a new dam project farther south along the Yadkin River, and Baden siphoned off businesses and even one of Palmerville's 2 churches during this period. But the community kind of morphed into a rural alternative to Baden for workers at the Alcoa plant. So areas of significance from this era might include industry or architecture, but the industrial connection is really related to Alcoa, which is a truly regional area of significance, not limited just to Palmerville. And the remaining houses, 6 in total, represent only 1/3 of the community's built resources and can't carry a claim of architectural significance for the whole community. The final era is 1945 to the present, which only has 2 houses standing during that time period. So we'll take a little tour. The consultant included photographs from a 1989 survey, so you can compare and see that not much change. It's just that we had trouble coming up with the argument. These are 2 houses that were too young in 1989 to attract attention. Here's another side-by-side comparison of then and now. Palmerville Baptist Church is a really an interesting resource. It is covered in vinyl siding, but the interior is extremely intact and has some interesting movable panels, so you can create Sunday school classrooms inside. Another survey then and now comparison. This is a little store. This is the only commercial building. It's been moved and lost its original siding and had its fenestration changed. This house is overgrown, but generally, once you get behind the weeds, looks more or less like it did in '89. And this is just another street view. You can kind of see that some houses are way back off the road. So staff does not recommend study listing, and I'm just going to quote directly from the application, from their conclusion. Collectively, the extant building stock in Palmerville represents three distinct eras of construction: 1877 to 1898, 1920 to 1939, and 1950 to 51. While the lack of buildings constructed during World War II is typical throughout the county, or typical throughout the country, the lack of extant buildings from 1900 to 1920, including all of Palmerville's commercial buildings, makes it difficult to convey a continuous period of significance for Palmerville. Additionally, the lack of agricultural, educational, and commercial buildings makes it difficult to understand Palmerville as a self-sufficient community. So, yep.
So if this is already on the study list and things cannot be removed from the study list, what are we voting on?
I guess, I mean, they are applying to put it on the study list, which it is already on the study list. So Ramona, what would they, because they're not voting to take it off. I guess they're voting for.
Well, we don't have the ability under state administrative rules to take it off, but that was based on sort of not as an in-depth study, correct? For lack of a better term, or as much of an in-depth analysis back in 1990. We know more now.
Yeah, she dug a lot deeper than anyone had in 1990. So I guess maybe it's a vote to affirm or not study list listing.
I think you're reacting to the study list application that they've sent to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just treat it as a new application.
Mhm.
Okay.
You're a master though of getting our hopes up and then knocking them down.
I have to say though, just editorializing here, it is a puzzle to me how a town so close to Baden has houses that have been practically walked away from. Just saying, that's a bit of a puzzle to me. But.
It's sort of if you drive back this way, eventually the road kind of peters out at the lake. And at that end, there are some small lake houses. But when you're here, you're really left kind of going, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
I mean, this is another one. I think all of the applications, we try to find a path forward. This one and the Field Fulton House, we would have liked to have seen move forward, but we just couldn't find a peg to hang a hat on. So.
Is it fair to say, Sarah, this place had some stops and starts and we just don't have the coalescence of.
We don't have enough from
stuff, price.
Periods to make it be from that period.
Is there any consideration about listing a smaller amount for a more narrow window of time? Or it kind of almost sounded like every one of them had their problems.
Yeah, each one of them have their problems, and there's the dates of the building stock are also scattered throughout. So it's not like this end of town was built in the 20s and, it's all mixed in.
And there are very few of them left standing that you could,
Yes, especially the loss of the commercial buildings from that period where they were really prospering was just not useful.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
No. Greenville. France.
Question before you do all.
You can do that to use those there.
It's nice to see everybody in person. You actually look better in real life than you do on Zoom. So it's hard to believe that it's been since February 2020 since I've set foot in this building. So I guess if I was in the music industry, this would be considered a reunion tour. Just to clear up a couple of agenda points, the application for the Buckhorn Memorial Gardens has been pulled from the agenda, so we're not presenting that today. And y'all are probably wondering why I'm presenting the application for Lake Moira, as Wake County's not the Eastern office, but the properties
in eastern Wake County, and that's east of Sumner, so that's good enough for me. The study's application for Lake Myra was submitted by the property owners, and according to their application, they say that they're interested in showcasing the importance of the property in the social and economic history of the community and to preserve its natural beauty. They have concerns about the development pressure, road widening, and the demand for utility easements that might impact the property. And currently, this property is pending a Wake County Historic Landmark designation. We received a designation report to review here this last week. And the family is currently working with Wake County to include interpretation of this site in a proposed Lake Myra County Park. And I don't know if that's coming to fruition, but there is property that is designated as Wake County Park on the tax parcel maps. Olivia Heckendorf and Ellen Turco from Richard Grubb Associates are the ones that prepared the landmark designation report. And I just want to acknowledge and thank them for allowing me to steal some of their images for the program today, as well as to use some of their history. So Lake Myra, the Lake Myra complex is located on the west side of Pool Road between the communities of Eagle Rock and Shotwell in eastern Wake County. For those of you off, it's southwest of Wendell and about 12 miles east of Raleigh. And if you're from here, that's about 4.5 miles southwest of Lizard Lake as the crow flies. So the irregularly shaped parcel encompasses 103 acres composed of Lake Myra. The lake was created when Marks Creek was dammed up for the creation of a mill pond in the early 19th century. And the site includes a dam, a store, and remnants of a mill complex. And some of the resources that we're going to look at today are actually on some adjacent parcels to the south. There's some here, here, and here, and all of those southern parcels are also owned by the applicant, so it's not like we're dealing with different property owners. The first mill that was on the present day Lake Myra site was likely owned and operated by the Price family. They actually lived in nearby Okie Grove Plantation, and the mill site may actually date as early as the 18 teens. There's some indication in written records about a mill being extant on that site. Thomas Price, who owned and operated the mill on this site until his death in 1830. And upon his death, the mill passed to his daughter. And upon her death in 1853, that went to her brother, Needham Price. And Needham Price owned the mill property until his death in 1870. And that property transferred to his wife, Nancy, and then to their daughter, Mary. So it just kept transferring down the line. In 1877, they sold 102 acres to a couple of gentlemen, Richardson, that included that mill pond. And that's where we see it coming to about the 100 acres that you see on that tax parcel I showed you earlier. So after 4 years of ownership, the Richardsons sold the property to W.H. and Sarah Hood in 1881. And in January of 1887, the Hoods entered into a mortgage for the property with a lady named Catherine Boylan. And in 1897, Boylan was unable to make payments on that property, and it was auctioned by Wake County. And the sale was advertised as the valuable Hood Mill. And the mill property continued to change hands for about at least five times before 1917. The property eventually came under the ownership of several doctors and merchants from Raleigh who formed a company under the name of the Doctors Lake Milling Company, and they purchased the property in 1918. And the 1917 survey that was done for them actually shows the location of a new mill, a new concrete dam, and the site of two tenant houses. So here you see the new mill site. This is Pool Road. And you see the bungalow site and two tenant houses, and there's a farm lane, and we'll talk about those as we go along. The September 1918 issue of the American Miller periodical noted the erection of a 36 by 24 foot building with a 14 by 32 office by the Doctors Lake Milling Company. It also mentioned the Doctors Lake Milling Company ordered machinery equipment for a 40-barrel flour mill and a 30-barrel corn mill. There's another image of that mill. So that's probably the new mill that they showed on that survey map. The same members of the Doctors Lake Milling Company also formed the Doctors Lake Hunting and Fishing Club and built a clubhouse in 1920, early 1921, which is described as a handsome two-story home. And that was located on the east side of Pool Road at the location of the red dot you see on the screen. And that event really started the recreational use of this property. So the original clubhouse that they constructed in 1922 was burned in a fire. And they rebuilt the clubhouse in 1923 as it says in the application, as an identical building to the one that was destroyed by the fire. So this is that 1923 clubhouse. The use of the Doctors Lake property was not limited to the Doctors Lake Hunting and Fishing Club. The newspaper articles of the period indicate that other organizations such as the Lions Club and various churches actually rented out the properties for picnics, boating, and fishing. In 1924, the Doctors Lake Milling Company sold the property to John Elbert and Myra Stone. And the Stones actually changed the name from Doctors Lake to Lake Myra in honor of Mrs. Stone. And they actually used that 1923 building as their residence. Due to delays resulting from a dam break, work to improve the property and add amenities for the public, the Stones did not formally open Lake Myra to the public until May of 1926. And as advertisement you see here from the NNO called Lake Myra, Raleigh's own resort, and it was recommended for picnics and fishing and boating and bathing, all kinds of recreational uses. And that resort was to remain open throughout the summer, and newspapers touted the resort's bathhouse and private lockers. And people could also purchase a membership in the Lake Myra Fishing Club to actually fish there. In addition to the recreational component of the property, the Stones continued to operate the mill, advertising the sale of Myra hoe cake meal in the newspaper. So I know what I'm having for dinner. In 1929, Charles and Alice Woodall purchased the mill property from the Stones. The Woodalls continued making improvements to the Lake Myra property. And according to an advertisement in the News and Observer, many changes have been made for the pleasure of those who visit the lake this season. New tables and seats have been built, brick fireboxes with grates have been built for the convenience of those wanting to prepare food. And another newspaper account touted the approved sand bathing beach, 300 bath lockers, a lifeguard on duty, a barbecue and hot dog stand. And by the end of 1929, approximately 30,000 people had visited Lake Myra, and it was known as one of the finest resort lakes in the state. Of course, that's according to the Woodalls. So this circa 1930 postcard offers a glimpse of what Lake Myra offered to visitors, and in the photograph, which is taken on the side of the lake, looking to the southeast towards the second clubhouse on the site, the image captures visitors enjoying the water. It shows a pier that leads out to that diving platform in the foreground. And then in the background, you see the boathouse and that clubhouse. So that's the 1923 clubhouse, and this is the boathouse there. And to the right of that image, the two-story building is the mill building, and the one-story building adjacent to it is likely an original store or an early store on that, which is no longer extant. So Lake Myra not only served as a recreation destination, but was also utilized by local churches for picnics and baptisms, and newspapers from the middle of the 20th century announced numerous church picnics and baptisms as occurring there at the lake. And one of the churches that actually utilized this site was the Good Hope Baptist Church in Shotwell. And that church, which is an early African-American church in the community, founded in 1878, used Lake Myra or the Mill Pond for baptisms all the way up into 1970. Beginning in 1935, discussions were started for the transfer of Lake Myra to Wake County for use with federal funds, the Works Progress Administration. And in September of that year, the Wake County Board of Commissioners voted to take a 30-day option on the property to purchase it using WPA funds, as long as that was approved by the WPA, which it was actually approved. And so plans were developed by the WPA that included a 300-seat assembly hall equipped with a kitchen and pantry, 6 4-H clubhouses, and large bathhouses, and a beach area, as well as baseball fields, tennis courts, and basketball courts. And despite the WPA's approval of the project, there were issues with a mortgage and unease with spending county money to do that. So the county commissioners actually then voted not to proceed with the project at that time. In an attempt to sell the property in 1938, the Woodalls offered the property to the U.S. government to serve as the site of the proposed Eastern North Carolina Veterans Hospital. And that offer was rejected. And interestingly, that Veterans Hospital was constructed on Woodall's brother's property in Durham County, which is where it is today.
So the same year that they tried to sell that, that's when we see the first aerial image of Lake Myra that was done by the USDA. And you see that here, and that image shows what appears to be a pier or pavilion that extends into the water, which is marked there. And then on the western side of the lake, you can see a swimming area that has a pier and diving platform that juts out into that swimming area. So the Woodall's tenure at Lake Myra came to an end in August of 1939 when Wake County foreclosed on the property. And shortly after that foreclosure, a gentleman named Charlie M. Martin, who was a local cotton ginner, sawmill operator, and real estate investor from Eagle Rock, paid cash for the property, purchased it in September. And there he is there in front of the 1923 clubhouse, which is now his house. He was responsible for a number of the improvements to Lake Myra. And around 1940, he constructed the store building, as well as a boathouse. And that boathouse is right there. It's kind of washed out in that screen, but it's right there. And there were boats that were housed in there that were available for rent to the public. So the 1959 USD aerial of Lake Myra shows a long rectangular boathouse, the 1940 store building, covered pier, the mill building, and cotton gin, which in this image appear to be connected to one another. There's a building called the Shuck House, which I'll show you in a little bit, and a circa 1940 concrete wall extension to the existing mill dam. And then across the lake to the west, there was a newly constructed ranch house, which you see right here, that was built by Martin's daughter and husband. And to the south of that, there was a long, narrow structure, which is probably a pavilion. And then there was a dance hall that was immediately to the east of that pavilion. In 1959, Martin transferred the property to his son, Clarence H. Martin, and the son, continued to operate the store and the mill, although the cotton gin aspect had probably ceased operations in the late 1920s, early 1930s. And Clarence's brother, Goldie, and a gentleman named Richard Giles were the last known millers at Lake Myra, and they operated that mill up until 1962. And from a recreational standpoint, Lake Myra's heyday was probably in the 1940s. What happened around that time is the rise in polio cases throughout the United States played a role in deterring crowd swimming in public areas, and improvements to the state road system probably can contribute to Lake Myra's decrease in population as people could drive to the beach as a vacation retreat. So the 1971 aerial confirms Lake Myra's decline in popularity as a swimming destination. The buildings on the east side of Lake Myra remain the same as we saw in the 1959 image. However, the dance hall, the pier, and the diving platform on the west side of the lake are gone by this time. So Martin owned the Lake Myra property until his death in 1979, when it passed to his sister Eleanor and her husband John Yeager, who continued to operate the store until the 1990s. And their descendants are still folks that own the property to this day. And throughout the 1980s and 90s, Lake Myra continued to be a popular destination for fishing. Unfortunately, the mill building collapsed in 1996 after Hurricane Fran, and today Lake Myra is only used by the family as kind of their private space. The Lake Myra store is closed and just used as storage. And so I want to show you the resources on the property. So the biggest resource that we see, of course, is the mill pond itself. And I was out there last week, took that picture at the bottom right. It's a beautiful sight, nice breeze coming off. When you're standing out there, you'd never know that you're that close to the development. You see at the top right of the left image. And that's just some views. The bottom image is looking from Pool Road across the mill pond. So this would have been the area where the dance hall and pavilion and the swimming beach was. That's that 1950s house that was built by the daughter and her husband. The top image shows the store building, which has a later addition, probably from the late 50s or 60s, that actually juts out into the pond itself. And that's looking from the west side back towards Pool Road. So Pool Road's right where that truck is. There's the 1923 house. That's the store building. And the dam is just to the right of that image there. Second resource, of course, is the dam. You wouldn't have a pond without the dam. So the dam currently, there's sections of it that appear to be a stone dam that relate to the earlier dam on the site that was either later encased in concrete and then extended and under the Martin's tenure was actually raised a little bit. That's what it looks like. It was kind of, like I said, a very bucolic setting. And Clarence Martin actually engraved August 2nd, 1940 at 5 p.m. when he was doing the concrete pouring. So it's nice to have an actual date when he was messing with the dam. This is the Hunting Fishing Club, the 1923 house that replaced the 22 one that burned. That this became a subsequent residence for the Stones and the Woodalls and the Martins. So that's still there. And other than aluminum siding, this house is amazingly intact. All the original window sash are still there. And you can see it again in that 1930s image that I showed you earlier. Associated with that house are this concrete retaining wall with Pool Road around. And this building actually had an electric generating plant that used water from the pond to create electricity for the house. And there was a water tower, which is now gone. And this is just some images of the house. The inside, everything's nice and intact, doors, woodwork, nicely kept. This is the 1940s Lake Myra store, and you can see Pool Road there in the foreground. So there's kind of a gravel parking lot. It's maybe a car and a half wide. So they're quite worried about subdivisions that are proposed to the north and south and a potential road widening impacting the store building. Amazingly, the store looks like it did when they closed the doors in 1990. Everything's totally intact inside. So you have all the shelving, the potbelly stove still there, the counters. It's really cool to see it, which would be a cool, either like a little Mass General store or a little museum, either one. This is what they call a shuck house. And there are two, in talking to the owner, it was either done two ways. They either shucked corn before it was sent to the mill, or what he describes remembering as a kid, there was a big pipe with a fan system that the corn was shucked in the mill, and then the fodder was sent to the shuck house, and they'd drive a truck under there and take it off as feed. And this outhouse actually used to sit outside of this, and it was moved over to its current position by a flood. So that's a historic building that's just butted up against the bottom of the shuck house. You have the ruins of the mill here with all of the mill equipment. So like I said, this mill dates 1917-ish, called concrete foundations. The thing that you see to the right is where the turbines for the mill are still intact in the water trough. Just some more images of the mill ruins. And I don't know why sometimes when you press these images actually go sideways, but it looks equally as bad whether it's sideways or right side up. The remnants of it, and interesting, some of these initials, J.E. Stone, that might be who JES is, so that could relate to Stone era stuff. This is the floodgate that allowed water to go into the turbine area that I showed you before, so the dam is directly behind that. There's a lot of mill equipment still laying around on the site. Millstones, some of the old line shaft were part of it. There's a corn shucker in the bottom. There's the foundation of the cotton gin building and some of the gin equipment laying around. To the south of the existing mill dam, there's these small concrete footbridges that cross maybe what would have been a tail race or just an outflow from the dam. And an outhouse pit that they say was built by the WPA, but the WPA never took on this property. You have this farm road wagon trail that you can see is a cut in that woods at the top left that runs perpendicular to Pool Road, kind of at the base of the dam. And then there's the remnants of an old road bridge. So the section of Pool Road, which you'll see in a minute, was actually realigned. So this was the original Pool Road bridge site there. So the staff feels that a case could certainly be made for the eligibility of the house and store under National Register Criteria A in the area of commerce and possibly recreation. Given the high degree of integrity, the store might also be eligible under National Register Criterion C for its architecture. However, we have concerns that these buildings and what would constitute a defensible boundary under these criteria only tell part of the story. So that we believe that a stronger nomination for this resource would include eligibility under the National Register Criterion D for the archaeological information potential of the property. And so I've consulted with John Mintz from Office of State Archaeology on this, and John and his staff have the misfortune today of having to be out in the field actually doing archaeology down at Town Creek. So I'm speaking on their behalf from an archaeological standpoint. So based on what I saw during my site visit out there, there appear to be 5 areas of the property that have a very high potential for containing intact archaeological features and deposits. And the first is the area, which is the far western part, which was the site of the bungalow tenant houses that were shown on that 1917 survey, as well as the later dance hall pavilion, fireboxes and beach that were all the recreational components of the site. To the south of the dam is where that farm road wagon trail, as well as those concrete footbridges are there. The owners believe that the earlier mill site was actually on this side of the dam, but that has, we need the archaeologists to tell us that. There's no extant indication of that on the landscape currently. You have this area here right adjacent to Pool Road, which has the mill ruins, the gin ruins, existing outhouse, probably the tail race of the mill, and the site of the earlier store building that you saw in that 1930s photograph. This area, which is also owned by the applicant, shows the bridge ruins, which would have been about right there. And the old roadbed, so Pool Road used to run, if you follow that gray line right there across the bridge there. So that's that S curve they straightened out when they straightened Pool Road. And that change would have been done prior to 1938. So probably sometime in the mid-30s, they changed the road alignment there. And of course, you have the site of where the boathouse would be. So the staff recommends the placement of the Lake Myra complex on the study list with the understanding that the nomination would address the intact above ground resources under criteria A and possibly C, and would address the archaeological component of the property under criterion D. And the areas of significance would likely include industry or agriculture for the early 19th through 20th century mill and cotton gin operations on the site that serve the rural community. You have the area of significance for commerce for the role of the store serving that community as well. And then, of course, the entertainment recreation of significance for the later concurrent 20th century aspect of a for-profit recreation destination on the site. And of course, boundaries and that type of stuff would be to be determined, as well as probably the period of significance based on whether an earlier mill site was actually found on the site. Any questions? That was a little tidbit for the archaeologists in the room that occasionally get to see stuff.
All right, thank you, John. That comes to the end of our list of properties. Do I have a motion for looking exactly from Randolph County all the way down through Wake County? Do I have a motion?
I'll move that we accept the staff
recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Well, thank you very much. I was determined to get you out of here before 4 o'clock, and I ran you hard because we're getting out right around 3. But I do thank you for coming, and I do thank you for your participation today and for putting up with my first meeting. Thank you.
Job well done. Thank you.
Excellent.
Yes.
You did a great job.
I'll keep you, Barbara.
Well,
I gotta keep you.
Yeah.
And you actually had 26 study lists.
Michael Leiter with 9. 9, yes.
I did tell her this morning, I didn't know if I should give her my congratulations or my condolences.
Don't forget, everybody fill out these forms or take them home and mail them in.
We have a mailing address.